How's that? Is that better? Can you hear me now? You should be able to. I hope so anyway. Just a slight technical error. So as I was saying previously, I showed you the live stream that I'll be doing on the 31st of October, which is the Undead Nightmare of Red Dead Redemption. I have not played that for such a long time. I've forgotten all the controls. So it will be a live stream from the beginning. So yeah, I hope you're going to enjoy that on the 31st. It's just something a little bit different. So that's all I'm going to say just before we start doing the C64. Thank you for that, matey. Appreciate your help there. So if you just bear with me a second, I shall start up the other camera. So bear with me. Oh, here we go. Settings. Camera. So bear with us a second, guys. Be with you in a second to get this a little bit out of the bloody way. I do apologise for the balls up. I'm hoping that you can hear that now. Change the volume down. Of course, we don't need any volume. I hope that don't get a microphone bounce back neither. Come on. Oh, do you know, such a pain in the ass setting these things. Sorry for these boo-boos, guys. Camera. That should be better for you. We've got the overhead cam set. I hope that's not too bright for you guys there. Right, so let's bring that camera up. So it's a little bit poor on the video quality, and I do apologise for that. What we're going to do is, let me bring that one up for you. We're going to go through this board and we'll just see what it is. This board was given to me as a trade-in for a replacement board that I've repaired. I met the guy over at the Blackpool Expo. Nice fella. We just exchanged the boards because this board was faulty. So I'm going to take a look at this one for him. So you can probably see that I've already written PLA on there, and the reason for that is it's just not marked. It's just completely not marked. It's a completely random chip that's in there. It's one that I've had before. I always take the originals out of the way and try the PLAs first. So I did rule out that PLA anyway in the first place. I removed the SID as well, because obviously the SID can give you a black screen as well. Hey Steve, how you doing? Good to see you. So, right. We know with the black screens, we know what we can do. We'll bring that screen up a bit better for you. See if, nope, that didn't work. Nope. Did that work? Nope. 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 I won't. Nope. I won't. Nope. Nope. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Sod it. We'll do it like that. So we know from past experience that the black screens can be caused by all sorts. It can be caused by the CIAs. It can be caused by one of the ROMs. It can be caused by the CPU. It can be caused by the VIC. It can be caused by the SID. It can be caused by the RAM logic. And of course, it can also be caused by the RAM itself. Somebody's already said that make sure you've got some RAM chips and some sockets available. If I can shift that over a little bit for me, it stays me moving about. There we go, that's better. Slightly better. I'll do that camera right there first. There you go. So he already said that get RAM and get some sockets. You're not far off, mate. I have got some RAM. I've got a couple of RAM chips to be looking at. And we've got some sockets out just in case we need them. So yeah, so first port of call, what do you reckon I should do first port of call? I'll leave it to you guys. Tell me where you think I should go. Nope. Right, okay. So let's take a look and see what it actually does. Let's see if I can bring you the share screen up. If I can find it. There we go. On that. So it's just a capture screen. I've not got a proper capture card or anything like that. The power is perfectly fine, pal. The power supply is good. It's a new power supply turbine, so thank you for that. But I will do, before I bring the capture on for you, is set the multimeter. And we'll crack that up and we'll check out for the power. Have we got anything? So what have we got? We're going to check the 5 volt first. So line in, have we got power going in? Yep, we've got a nice 10 volts going in there. We've got a nice 5 volts coming out of there. The other 12 volt really doesn't do a great deal apart from feed the user port and the SID chip, but we'll check that anyway. So we've got a right nice 20 volts going in there, and we've got a nice 12 volts there coming out. So I will go over and check the user port to make sure that we've got some power in there. I've got it the wrong way around, to be fair, but it's -5, but we don't have -5 on these boards. So we've got a nice 5 volt up there, and I believe that we should have a 12 volt here as well, but I will need to change that onto AC. So we'll check that for AC voltage. Well, I've got some voltage up there. So we have got voltage around the board. So let's go down and see if we can find the voltage on the chips. So I'm going to check the RAM chip first. Not that pin, I believe it's the opposite side if I remember rightly. Or one of them, can't quite remember off the top of my head. Let me bring that up and let's have a look. VCC should be down at the bottom right corner. Oops, hang on, put it back on DC. Have we not got voltage there? That should be a ground. .5. Should have 2.5 there. That's a ground anyway. Oh, there we go. That's not a ground, it's the other way around. Sorry, apologies. So we've got 5 volts on the RAM as well. So we know that we've got voltage going around the board. So that's that rolled out. Move that out of the way. Let's bring it back up. So we know now we've got voltage completely around the board. So let me just pop this display screen up like that. And all I'm going to do is flick the power on and let's see if we get anything at all. So if I flick that on now, whoa, we've got a garble screen. Garbly, garbly, garbly. Any ideas? Any ideas? No. No, try it off. We'll switch it off again. Let's crack it up again. This time we get nothing. Let's try again. Nothing again. Well, we're just lucky. Well, we're just lucky that that screen came up. But at least that screen came up. The screen popped up, so we know we have got stuff working. We know we've got a clock, because it wouldn't have happened. We know we've got video output, because we wouldn't have got a screen. And we know that some of the logic or something is actually working around there. So that garbly screen I've seen before from this CIA, the CIA2 in U2. And I've also seen it through bad RAM and stuff like that. So I'd like to turbine. I'd like to know one of mine does that. Cool. So yeah, so it could be quite a few things. Turbine, it could be the CIAs, it could be the RAM logic, it could be the RAM, it could be the PLA. But PLAs, they do crash out like that. Do you think I should go for the dead test cartridge? What do you think? Dead test cartridge? Shall we go for the dead test? Let's try it dead test. Let's see what dead test says. So we get nothing. Although there is a wait time for the dead test cartridge. Woohoo! There we go again on the dead test. So we can see it's doing something. We can see things changing on there. We can see the red borders, the red bands, how it would actually normally look if everything was okay. We can see things that are moving around up at the top left corner there. You might start to see when it's going across, it'll start sliding across. You might see the cursor flashing across on there. If we do, then that shows that everything else is working on the board. It's just sort of a video output that's got an error there. So let's switch the dead test off again. And do we get out this time? Yep, it's back up with that gobbledygook again, isn't it? Just let it warm up a little bit. Let's have a feel about and see if we can feel any chips getting hotter than what they should do. Ah. No, I can't feel anything getting hot as such. Nothing unusual though. I mean, yeah, the VIC's going to start getting warm and the CPUs are going to start getting warm. So it feels pretty good. You want me to swap the VIC to try the VIC? Okay. I'll pull my little bag of chips out. We'll pull this known working one. Don't worry about any SD strap that is connected to my ankle because I can't stand it being on my arms. So let's knock that off. Get us chip puller. Out she comes. That's it. Try it again. Oh. So, one flash. I'll just bring the dead test cartridge up menu because I can never remember what it should be. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So we've got an early board. We've got an early board, and apparently one flash is U12. 2. Can't really see because my eyesights are getting pretty bad now these days. I would say that is U12 over here. It can't be the later ones because that'd be U9 and U10 boards, and again the later short boards, if it were 466 it'd be U9 U10. If it was the short board it would be U11 or U10. So we've got to go off the original ones. So we're looking as though it's this chip here, this RAM chip. What do you think? You want me to try it out dead test? I'll go for that for you then. Dead test out. Nothing. So let's pull that chip back out. Let's put the original VIC back in, because we do know that that VIC would actually output in something, won't it? You know, it could be just a case of the chips getting warm, but it's made it change a little bit. So that's that VIC back in. And we still don't get anything. Let's put the dead test back in. Flick it on. How is that? Isn't that weird? So we were getting a one flash before, the other chip, and it was telling it to you that. Afternoon, making it more fun. How you doing, mate? Good to see you here. So we've changed the VIC chip and we got a different response, but maybe because that VIC's gone cold. Maybe I don't know. I don't understand why that should have changed the characteristics of changing the VIC chip to giving us one flash and telling us RAM. So it's still coming up with the same thing with that VIC in. So let's just try that again. Let's just try that other VIC in. We'll put that VIC in. Yeah, you're right, pal. It is very, very weird. And now we're not getting one flash. We're getting this corruption again. So we're getting a similar kind of characteristics with both VIC chips. We did get the one flash, didn't we, from that other RAM? Deoxic's a good call. Unfortunately, my dioxide tin has run out. Sod's law. But yes, I would have put dioxide inside there first. I don't think it's a bad VIC socket. We'll pull that back out. Let's put the other one back in. Let's check the pins aren't folded over or out silly. No, we're okay with pins. That's back over there. I'll try it again. You want me to test that in the test board? I shall do that for you. Bear with me a second while I just demolish everything that's above my shelf up here and try and get to my ZIF board. Let's take that one out of the way a second. You want me to test that VIC in the test board. So we'll hoof that out. Move that to one side for a minute. So this is the test board, which should just fire up. Probably prove me wrong now. There you go, that's cracked up. So you want me to test that in there. I completely understand what you're saying, pal. I really do. Completely get what you're saying. I don't aim to be or proclaim to be a professional. I'm just a hobbyist as well that enjoys repairing these 64s. Hence why I built myself a ZIF as well. So at least we know that this VIC is perfectly fine. So that's ruled that out of the question. What I'll do for you while we are here, I shall pull out the PLA and the other socketed chip that we've got here, and we'll check them too. So we'll knock that off. We'll drop out that PLA, put this PLA in, and we'll fire that up. So we know that PLA is okay, so we can put that one back in. I'll pop this one out because I can get to that one as well. Check that one. What have we got? So we know that chip's okay as well. That's not causing us any problems either. So we know that they're all good. Even though on the board that we're repairing, it does have original Commodore sockets in there, which is single wipe for that chip. That's back in there. That's back in there. Make sure the ZIF's still working. Woo! What's that about? I don't think that was sat in properly. Let's put the dryer again. Yeah, just want sat in properly, that one. So that's fine. We can move that VIC back out and put it back into his other board. Of course, we know that VIC's okay. We can put that back into there. Let's just test his board. You know, sometimes you just don't get these seated properly. There we go. So let's get rid of that. Bring this one back into play. Bring that back into play. Where's his pen? I found a plan. So we now know that this VIC chip's okay. We know that the PLA is good. We know that the kernel is okay on that side. So we've ruled out them ones. Let's just crack that back up again. Hi Bro Games, how are you doing? So I'm going to let this run just for a couple of minutes while we just let it warm up a little bit to see if it does anything different. Just let it run through, see if we can get it to run through the dead test a little bit. While we're doing that, what I'm going to show you is, this is from our sponsors. I'll just leave that down there for the minute. Let's just bring this picture up here. So this is a little tiny oscilloscope that you can buy from PCBWay. They're only very, very cheap. I think it was only about something like £50 or something like that. So it is really cool, to be fair. They do give you a proper lead for it. I decided to use my lead off my oscilloscope. I'll untangle this lot, I'll show you. Move that down there out of the way. Give it some power. Just clip her on there for a minute. If it'll reach. So this is your little tiny little oscilloscope. Hope you can see that. So I'm just going to check for the clock. I know we know that the clock's working on the CPU. I just wanted to show you it. So you can see the clock running there, look. So we know that's activity. If we come down and start having a probe around on the CIAs, we should find some address and some activity on them. Oh, not yet. Got this little power wire is so short that I can't even move with this thing. So let's see if we can find it on there. There you go, look. So that's a video output signal that you can see there on here. Switch off, get a flat line. You can see it getting next and everything on there. You can see it on the oscilloscope, and then the screen goes pop, and we should have data on it. And we don't now. Oh, there we go. Slipped off the pin. So you can see we can get activity out of that. So that's quite a cool little oscilloscope, is that, from PCBWay. If you've not got one and you are a hobbyist, one of these things will be absolutely great, absolutely fantastic for anybody that's starting out in repairing boards. So this is called, see if I can bring it up to the camera for you. Let me unplug it. So it's an FN IRSI 138 Pro. As I said, they're about £50 on a PCBWay. They're an absolute cracking little bit of tool. If you've not got anything like an oscilloscope, well handy to have in your arsenal of tools. So let's drop that back out of the way again. Ha 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 ha! Look at what we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the manual says 4 is U23. U23 is this chip down here. So what I'm going to do the piggyback trick, and let's see what happens. Let's go for the piggyback trick then, yeah. So we've got a nice one. So I'm just going to flick that off for a minute. U23, U23. Make sure that we're getting this the right way around. So he throws it on the floor. U23. Just flatten these out of the way. What I do is I just hook it onto one side and then push it over if we can, so it slides over the other pins. And then I have a good look to make sure that them pins are actually where they should be and not touching anything else. So that looks good. So the good old piggyback trick. What's it going to do now? So there's something funny, isn't there? There's something funny with this board. Definitely something funny on this board. So 1 minute we're getting the dead test booting up, next minute we're getting bad RAM flashes. Yeah, it can be how it maps it. Also, a bad RAM can do that, and also bad logic can do that, and also a CIA could do this too. So it doesn't look like that's made a blind bit of difference to that chip. But we'll just let it run a minute because it did, didn't it? When we switched it on, it was doing this before, and then we knocked it off and started it back up again. But we were getting dead test straight away. Oh. So we're back to one flash again. And we know one flash was U12. So let's go for U12. Let's go for a piggyback on U12. Knock that off. Do the same trick. Slide her over. Let's get this down here. Just make sure that the pins are set on that correctly before we switch it on. Nope, we've missed it. Let's try again. Oh, that's good. So we're still getting the same characteristics. Piggybacked on that. There is another reason why things can move around, especially when it's telling you one RAM chip and then another RAM chip and then a different RAM chip. It can be down to bad RAM, but it can also be bad logic. It can also be a dodgy power supply switch. If that's getting bad resistance in there and it's throwing the voltages around, the RAM chips will do all sorts of weird and wonderful things. So we're still getting a one flash on U12. We'll just try another RAM chip just in case it's all silly like that. So go back for U12. Bear with me a second. Try to straighten them chip legs up a little bit so we can actually slot it over U12. No, it's still a little bit loose. Just try and flatten these chip legs down a little bit, guys, first. This isn't going now. I'll just grab a different chip. Make sure we're still off. No, it's too sloppy in that. We'll grab another. Seem to sit over there better. Yep, they seem to be sat on there correctly. Let's crack her up. It's going to start up again, isn't it? What do you think? Do you think I should give the rest of the RAM chips a piggyback? All of them, and we'll try it again. I think that's what I'm going to do, just to try and see if we can get anything else different from it. I'm feeling as though we're looking at RAM. We could quite easily be one of the logics as well, but it's heat related. I think it's heat related with it changing Turbine, you reckon I should piggyback the lot, and we'll have a look, see what happens after that. Okay. Let's try that. I'll just switch it off, switch it on again. Now it's warmed up a little bit. And we're back to flashing again. Off, back on, flashing again. Right. So just bear with me a second while I piggyback this lot, and then we'll take it from there. Off she blows. My eyesight's getting a little bit poor these days. We're getting a bit older. I can't see properly. These glasses don't do me much good neither. As I say, should have gone to Specsavers. Let me change my glasses. Right, let's crack on. I'm still switched off. I hate touching these things when they're on. Just going to chuck all these on, and then I'll have a look through the microscope and make sure I've got them on properly. Yeah, they look good. So, what have we got? Is it going to boot? It's changed again though, hasn't it? Yeah, you're right. Could do with one of them. So we're still getting black screen. Let me just lift that one off, see what it does. Turbine, they look really good, them glasses, to be fair. I keep thinking about getting some of them, you know, them with up at the top here with light on. Either that, I need to go to Specsavers and get some fresh glasses. So we got piggybacked on that before, and the piggybacks worked to a degree. We're back to one flash. If I take these RAM chips out, mate, I'll be cutting them out. I'll chop them all out, and I'll lift all the lot out, and we'll just change the complete lot, if that's what I'm going to do. These are RAM chips are pretty known from bad for being RAM anyway. It's not MT RAM that's in here, so we're lucky that side of things. We'll just try another one over that. I've desoldering gun, mate. I've got a desoldering gun. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's now telling us U21. So U21, which is U21. U21 is down here. Let me just double check that and make sure that I've got that sat properly. Try that. And we go back to garble. So I'm suspecting bad RAM in this board. Bad RAM. So let's take these chips off. Piggyback doesn't always work. It can do sometimes, but it doesn't always work. It can give you false signals going across. Sometimes it boots up, sometimes it doesn't. So let's try a couple of them. We got it coming up. Yeah. It's changed again though, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, still getting black screen. So I think bad RAM. Personally, I think it's bad RAM. So how many have we got on the stream? Let's take a look. We got on the stream. Let's take a look. Let's pause it out of the way. We've got a good few looking on the stream. Welcome, guys, if you're on here. If you'd like to join in on the stream, you're welcome to drop in if you like. I'll put the banner up so you can, with the link in. Obviously, I'm not going to bring everybody on, but if some first come, first serve sort of thing, if you want to drop in and have a chat with me while you're doing this, you're more than welcome to. So the links will be going across the bottom of the screen now. So it's streamyard.com/MUZSI9AFJZ. If you want to pop on, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to see you, have a chat with you, and we can have a attack of this together. But at the moment, I'm feeling as though bad RAM. So de-piggyback then. So I'll drop that off the screen then, and then we're not letting it run all the time. As I said, if you want to pop on the stream and join me, you're more than welcome to. Just type it in across the top, streamyard.com/MUZSI9AFJZ. Hit the button, stick your name in, and click enter, and I'll see you pop into the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and do it. Do you think I should do it first? Or do you think that I should pull these out of here and test these logics that sat inside these sockets first? Do you think we should do that? Just to rule that out. I'll take that off screen because we don't need it now. Oops. Think I should go ahead with that? I'm going to check these things first. Just because we can test what we can test. I still feel it's bad RAM. Yep, completely agree, mate. well worth doing. All depends on whether I can get into a USB. Drop it off. Oh, I'm gonna go. You're gonna lose a light for a minute. I'll stop screen sharing that one. I'll bring you up the other screen so you can have a look at that. There you go. So we've got a chip tester. We've got a chip puller. We're powered off. Let's see what we've got down here. So that's an LS139. So U15 is an LS139. I'm clicking on the wrong thing. LS139. Let's have a look. LS139. So let's pop that one out. Into the chip tester. Hit the test button. That tested out okay. So that's that one rolled out. What's that down here? That is a 373. We'll try that one. We'll test that. Perfectamundo. Back into there. Don't think we know. I don't know what a U16 and a U28 is, but it's a HD 14066. They're both. They're 14066. Don't think I've got any of them spares. But what I do have in my test board we do have a couple of chips. So I'll pull this one out of my test board and we'll swap that one first. Ugh. Old single wipe sockets. Who the hell has repaired this and put single wipe sockets in them? Why would you do that? Just why? There's no reason at all on this planet why you should be putting single wipe sockets in it. It's disgusting. Well, let's power that up just to roll it out. Oh. Get rid of that. Bring the other one back up for you. Now, doesn't make a blind bit of difference. What we can do is put these chips into my board. into my board, and we can see if they work. They do work. So it's not them chips down there neither. So as I was saying, I'm going to go for bad RAM. Let's get your light back on for you. So at least we know that them chips down there are all okay, they're good. All the CIAs and the non-needed ROMs. Well, good idea, but CIA soldered to board, CIA soldered to board, ROM soldered to board, soldered to the board. One ROM not, which we tested. CPU soldered to board. So they've got a lot of solder in there. But my experience, and what did you say at the beginning of the chat? What did you say? Make sure that I've got plenty of RAM and plenty of sockets. Well, you might be right. So that's what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to pull some RAMs. I'm going to pull the RAMs and bang a lot of sockets in them. So it's up to you guys. If you want to go grab yourself a brew while I'm doing this, you're more than welcome to. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the right ones. So there, and oh, there, that one, that one, that one, that one. Right, bit of flux. So at least when this is done, whoever gets this board after me is going to have a fully socketed board, so they can play as they please with as much RAM as they like. Bear with me a second. While I get myself a wet sponge. We all like a wet sponge. Put a circle in the sockets. Circle in the sockets. Hey up Neil, how you doing, pal? Circle in the sockets. You can't beat putting your socket in a circle. Right, bear with us. I'm going to put a little more original fresh solder on all these, and we're just going to change them out. And at least that rules that question out. I know you're thinking, well, you could narrow it down to one chip, but these things are like 40 odd year old, are they? So if there's going to be one bad RAM chip, the likeliness is the other RAMs are going to be bad as well, aren't they? Or they're going to go fairly soon. So I'm going to put a full set of RAM in here. They cost too much. do they? All depends, doesn't it? All depends if you've got a big sticky pad like that. Look, with them all on. Right, so you have to bear with me while this soldering iron warms up. I should have switched it on earlier on, but I didn't. And then we'll get down to getting these RAMs out of this board. Sometimes these desolder gun actually removes the RAM chips really well, and sometimes it doesn't. So we may have to use heat to get them off the board without damaging the traces. And we're going to snip them out, but if I take them out, at least we can test them in the ZIF board and see what works and what doesn't. I mean, I could just take one out or two out first and see what happens. The reason why I'm putting flux on the top of the board is because the top of the board is a pain in the ass and it doesn't like to desolder, especially on the ground rail. So I like to put flux top and bottom of these chips just to help it flow and reduce the chances of damaging the board. It doesn't cost you much, don't know, a little bit of flux. There we go. It's all painted up. Is this the solder gun? Soldering iron working yet? Not quite at temperature, but it is getting there. It is getting there. So I'm going to drop my ugly mush off the screen so you guys can watch what's going on. Soldering iron feels like it's warmed up a little bit now, so I'm going to take my mug off the screen and bring you up to the full one. Bit bright on there for you guys, but let's go down the RAM. Still not hot enough yet. Let's crank it up a bit. Always put fresh flux on if you're going to try and desolder. Don't matter if you bridge them, just put some solder on. So it gives it some fresh. Let's just take these two end ones out first and let's test these and see what happens. We'll test them in the ZIF board. I've got some new solder and I'm not over keen on it. Doesn't seem to flow like, it just seems to blob. So all I do really is just push against the pin leg, and you can see the pin leg. I can feel the pin leg move. So at least I know it's all been desoldered. I don't like that solder, it's crap. Let's try some of this old solder, see if it makes a difference. Circle sockets are expensive. I would wait for an hour for him to do 4 chips. Circle sockets, mate. Turn pin sockets are they're brilliant if you can get the chips in. They do really do grip it better. It makes a better contact, but it's getting them in. This solder is far better than what I was using before. Looks a bit gash, but we're not bothered. We just want some solder on here. Roll it down, roll them down. Same with these ones. Roll it down. So that looks a right mess now, which I'm not bothered about. Okay. Just move that solder out of the way. Right. Time for the desolder station. The reason why I mentioned earlier on about snipping it out is because snipping the RAM chips out. In fact, you know what? I'm going to snip them out. I'm just going to snip these two out, and I'll use a desolder station next time for the rest of them to show you. The reason why I'm saying that is because the snipping method doesn't destroy. It doesn't destroy the traces or anything like that, because you can get to them really easy. You just snip them out and then just take the pins out of the holes and desolder the holes. Great stuff. It's less damage. It's better than you warming it up and trying to lift the chip out and things like that. Such a pain in the ass. Such a pain. But we're going to take these out anyway. And I'll see if my little snips will let me in there to be able to do it. I don't know whether you can see. I'll try. Move it up a bit. As you can see, I've lost a nib off one of the sides, so it makes it a little bit difficult. So we're going to U9 and see if I can get it at U9 out. Yep, that snipped that. Nah, I can't get in with snipping. It's not working. I can get to one, but not the others. I need a new pair of these. I did go up to town and tried hunting these down to try and get a new pair for today. But I'm going to have to go online and order some because, as I said, it's not working very well in this. I can't get in. I can get one side in, but not the other. So we'll go back to plan A, the desolder station. If you're wondering what desolder station I'm using, I'll see if I can show you on the camera. There you go. It's an NST ZD 915. I've had this thing for a long time. It didn't cost a great deal. I think it was only about £60 or something like that when I got it. But it's been well worth it. It's been well worth the money. It's saved a lot of hassle. It saved me a lot of time. It saved a lot of boards. Unfortunately, you just have to put up with it mooing. So see if I can bring this screen up and put me down in the little side somewhere. See if I can swap these around. No, not doing it. Ow. No. We'll go back to the main screen. So I'm just waiting for the desolder machine to warm up. I'm setting the temperature at around about 350. Give it 370 just to give it a bit more heat. Get the angle grinder. I know what you're saying. Get it out, boat of your mini. Angle grinders are always next to a mini. They don't know. It doesn't matter if I snip them off, nail if they break or not. But I can't snip them because my snippy snip tools aren't working. So what I do is I angle the board upwards like that. It's a bit difficult for you to see on camera. I'll try and move it a little bit. I angle the board up that way and I go across that way with this desolder station. I've seen so many people laying the board down and going at it that way, laying it that way and going like that with this desolder station. Well, the capillary action, and we've put flux all over the chip. So if I go that way and it warms the solder up, where does solder go? The solder runs straight down the leg. It goes downwards because of gravity and goes straight down onto the other side of the board, and then makes it even harder to get a desolder off the other side of the board. So this is why I do it this way. I hold it up that way. I bring the station in. We get the mooing going. And then we start with the chips. So what I do is I wiggle it around, circle it, and suck. Can't beat a good circle and suck. You're probably right, Neil. It's probably the reason why it's busted in first place. I've got a feeling I might need to get heat on these as well afterwards. I'm feeling that this desolder station is actually not working properly. Just hoof it out a second. Give it a little clean. Oh, that's why. See, if you're not careful with these things, you see that seal down there, look. It's decided to suck itself in there for some reason. We'll pull that back out of there and we'll just set it back in properly. That might have been the reason why it won't work in properly. Always check your tool before you start. Make sure you've got a clean tool before it starts sucking. So let's have. Does it sound different? Oh yes, that's better. So we'll start again. Here we go. Ah, that's blocky. I'll come back to that one. Like I said, what I do is I warm it up so I can feel the pin moving. As you can see me circulating it. Circulate it then. Wheel it while I suck it out from both sides. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? That tells you, doesn't it? Nothing's getting sucked through on that one. So like I said, we're going to have to get heat on this as well. Do that again. That's not wanting to come out neither. That's on that ground rail that I was mentioning earlier on. It all seems to be doing it on that rail. But we'll continue down here and we might be just get away with a little bit of heat on that to get rid of them. Sometimes when you do this, the chips just fall out. And sometimes they don't. Now that was the one that I snipped because it just fell straight out and cleared the hole. And that's what we were talking about before. If you snip them, they can clear out really easy. It's gonna be a long stream, this. This one's clearing quite well. I'm saying that now, but you just wait. You just wait. You wait. And now I've said that. So that seems to have cleared very, very, very well. I can see a slight little bit of solder on the top side of the board. We could try it again and resolder them and desolder them. All I'm doing is putting me underneath there just to try and see if it will lift, and it won't. That one has done. There is a pin on that other one that didn't clear very, very well. So we'll go back to that now and see if we can get that to clear. Just that one. Don't like clearing, don't that? Will it lift? It might do. Might do. No, we've got another one down that side there that's not very clever. We can't test this one because I chopped that leg off it. I'm just trying to see if I can get in this way. Sometimes it'll work this way. Sometimes it doesn't. Just take the desolder off a second and put the soldering iron back on. This is the hardest part, guys, really, is desoldering chips. Is actually getting them to move. That one, don't want to move. Don't force them. Just give it a little bit of movement, and sometimes they will move. This one, all down that left side, has now released. So I suppose I could just fetch that up on this side now and just bend it and wiggle it out of the way, and I should be able to clear it with desolder station, because there is only a couple of chips in there that's holding it down. So that's up, look. Give it a wiggle. It might come free. Yeah, that's come out here nice. Woo! That's that one out. So we can't really do much with that one because I did snip the leg off it. So it's a bit difficult for us to be able to test that one. But that one's out. I don't know if you can see there if I lift it up. Seems quite clean. Doesn't seem to be any blockages there. Doesn't seem to be anything on there neither with the traces. They all look good. A little bit of IPA, give it a bit of a wipe around there. Bit of IPA on that side. So I don't know if you can see, look, can you see on that one there, right at the very end, you can still see solder attached to it. Well, that runs right on the ground rail. So it's very, very difficult to get them off the ground rail sometimes. The other side have stuck down as well. But we'll try and test that one when I get it out. So it's going to take a while to get that moving. Yeah, I'll look okay down this side. Yeah, that's lifted as that side. So that's not too bad. Get the desolderer back on. See if I can get it with this. See if I can get it with soldering iron. Just go into there and touch that. See if it'll lift. Yeah, that's lifting out a lot well. I can see that one there as well. So just be very careful if you're doing this. This is really a no-no. It is for me anyway. That's lifted. of solder on the iron. Hot air, you're right, mate. Hot air does make a treat, although hot air can be a bit of a pain in the ass too. There we go, that's up. Try and get to that last one that we're holding on a little bit. Just give it a heat on it, it should just lift out. So we'll check that trace. It is blocked still. So what I'm going to do is just dump a bit of solder on there. Try and get a bit of fresh in it. Try and get a bit of fresh on that ground plane there. So they're looking good too. The reason why I'm putting a little bit more solder back on there is because I'm going to use Desolder station. And like I just said to you a minute ago about doing it that way down. Now it's got the chip off it and it can suck air straight through it. It will pull it straight through, no problem. So we'll warm that back up again. And while that desolder station's warming up, let's pull these. There we go. I'll bring you back up on screen with the other one. Flick her on. Make sure she switches on. Yep, she's good. We'll just drop the RAM chip out of that one and put the RAM chip into that socket. We've just removed. Clamp her down, fire her up. Wow. So that RAM chip's fine. It's not a problem at all in that one. Don't know about the other one. So with that RAM chip being fine, we'll just set that to one side. I'll put my RAM chip back in here. We'll just test it and make sure that fires up again. Yeah, it does. So we couldn't test that first RAM chip for obvious reasons because I snipped the leg off. So unfortunately, we can't test that one. That's going to go in the chip bin. So we're up to temperature. I'll clear the molds. Still don't want to clear. 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 And again, clear. So they're clear. Get my microscope out again and just inspect that lot. Yep. We have 0 trace damage, although we do still have a bunged up hole. And she's clear. So you can see how long this clock's been running. We've been on the go now for a good over an hour, and we've diagnosed and got down to thinking that we're looking at RAM. So what I'm going to do now is just stick a couple of sockets in there, or do I carry on and removing the RAM? We may as well carry on removing the RAM for reasons being of, if we damage the traces, we can repair them easier if there's no sockets on the board or anything like that. So that's what I'm going to do now, is just carry on, and we're going to move that RAM. Let me take that screen off and put it back up. Bit of a poor screen, is that, innit? Drop that out where. That out. So, like I said, it's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult when you've got sockets in there to be repairing traces if you need to repair traces. So I'm going to go ahead and just get shut of all this RAM and put a load of sockets in it so we can test them properly once they're all out. So that's what I'm going to do, because I don't trust that RAM. So take the desolder station back off again and plug us back in for the soldering iron, and we'll just fill up all them chips with leaded solder. I think that other solder that I've got, it says on the top there 60/40 1 mil, but I think that's unleaded because it didn't melt as quickly as what this stuff does, and it physically states on the front of here that it's leaded solder. It still is, I think, 60/40, but this seems to work a lot better than what the other stuff did. It just seems to clump with the other stuff, which would tell me that the solder's not getting hot enough to melt properly. So, I mean, you need a lot higher temperature for unleaded solder. But unfortunately, that's all I've got left of leaded. So, we'll wait for the desolder station to warm up. I'll let you guys go and get yourself a brew while I do the same. Right. Thirsty work. All right, let's crack on. This is a tedious part. If you're seeing it blobbing up, don't worry. Desolder station will get rid. I actually quite like it to blob. It gets more heat into pins. Fresh solder onto them always helps it flow better. Especially with fresh solder and some fresh flux. You still with us, Neil? That was you 13. What were you 13? Oh yeah, the bottom row. So U9 was the one that I snipped that we couldn't test. So at least we know that RAM chip's okay, don't we? So when I put a socket back in, we can clean them legs up and chuck that one back in. Let's do another couple of banks and then we'll get shut of these. Obviously, on this stream, as you can tell, we're rolling into hours and hours and hours. If it was a case of me not recording, it certainly wouldn't be taking me this long. Anybody that does YouTube or doing videos on these things will tell you that the cameras are a massive hindrance when you're working, and that you can get stuff done a lot faster without the camera being stuck in front of your nose all the time. Retro for you, are you still with us? I know he'd gone up the town, gone shopping or something. So that looks absolutely crap. But it's how it will look, because we're not soldering as such, however, all we're doing is getting shut of this crappy solder that's already on here. You know, for me, I'm slow with or without a camera. Yeah, I mean, it can be, can't it? If more speed, less haste, or less haste, more speed, sort of thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? But when you're fighting around cameras and you're trying to do it on screen, it does make a big difference. Right, so let's knock that off. So I've got a good couple of chips done there. So we've got 4 chips done there. So let's try and get them out. Let's see if they'll come out as easy as what the others did. What I'll do is I'll just move that round here. Over here. Put that down there. Looks like Retro for you disappeared. He must be back on the road driving away. This desolder sucker back up going again. So as you can see, look, I don't know if you can see properly or not, but that soldering is absolutely shite. It's really, really bad. But we don't care as long as we've got fresh solder on them pins. Trying to get a good CD TV keyboard working out of the 2 broken ones, it's a challenge. I thought I could get away with changing the membrane. Nope. Enter key and shift keys are slightly in different places. It's such a pain. It's such a pain in it. It's an absolute pain in the backside when they do superseding and model changes like Model A and Model B, and they've just done something very, very slight. I mean, what was the point, Michael? What was the actual point in changing that membrane? There's no point in changing it, is there? You may as well have just left it as it was. Right, let me get these tips out now. Here we go. I don't want to come out. That again, that'll be that ground plane one. Always tight. Next one down, you'll hear it go easy. Maybe. Just clean this solder station out. There we go. Back to where we were. It's another hard toughie. I'll need help out. So that one. It's just because it was clumpy there, I couldn't get on it properly, so I just sucked the ball off. Sucked the ball off! If any of you guys want to drop in on the stream, you're more than welcome to. If you want to have a bit of a chat with me properly, just give me a shout in the comments, and I shall put the link across the screen for you to be able to see. You'll be able to add that link, and you should be able to join straight into the stream. Yeah, chop out. I'll just put the link up for you now. I'll just let it scroll across the screen for you. You should be able to follow that link and just jump straight in. I'll see you pop on. There you go. You pop that link into your browser, Mike. Nearly there, guys. And we'll, a bit boring is this bit, I know, to be fair, but this is where the art of video editing comes in. Give it another go, Mike. Nearly there. One set of chips to do. That's that one again. So that's bottom chips. Oh, that's bottom, not chips, legs. How you doing, Mikey? All right?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Just things are a bit hectic.
As normal. Have you been on? We all good?
Yeah, I'm all good. Not done any Amigas for a bit, but yeah, I'm all good.
Yeah, I've not done up with Amiga wires for a while, apart from the CD32 that I did not so long since. I've been Commodore stuff for a while, to be fair. I've been moving away from it for some reason. The channel seems to be making me wander away and do other things.
Yeah, I know.
I know, it's just... My passion's obviously Commodore 64s. It's what I grew up with, really. The Amiga side of things is great. Don't get me wrong, they're absolutely fantastic. But when the Amigas were coming out, I just got married and kids.
Yeah. I've got kids as well, so.
Yeah, man, I've grown up now.
I'm glad it's you taking them chips out on that, because I'd have a nightmare doing that one. Boards.
They can be easy. They can be easy, but they can also be a pain in the ass, to be fair.
They use cheap solder on them, don't they?
It doesn't really flow very well. So you tend to have problems with it.
I saw you adding it down with a bit of solder, but it does help get it moving, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, without a doubt it does. Yeah, just unfortunately sometimes that it's like this when I'm doing now. If I come down, I've got pin 3 and I can see solder still on the leg, and I can see pin 8 at bottom down here on the ground plane. It's still got solder on the leg. But if I wiggle the chip, I don't know if you can see it on camera or not, because it's a bit of a crap camera to be fair, but the right side is lifting. So at least we know that the right side's free, so I can go in with solder iron. Just shut the crap off.
Well, I was building Amigas at one point. I was building the 1200s. Yeah. But I sort of ran out of chips. I couldn't get them anywhere. And then we had that lockdown. Yeah. I just couldn't solve.
The Amigas like that, they're not something that you can pick up very easily.
No, I was struggling to find O2O processors, which was what I was struggling with, and I kept getting China clones.
Yeah.
There was lots of them, but 5 or 6 chips in, and then you realise, they're all clones.
It's bad, isn't it? It's bad.
Yeah, well, when I started looking at the chips, I could actually see the original writing had been ground away, and then they'd been re-stenciled. And then when I put 4 chips in a line on the bench and looked at them all, none of the writing was straight on any of the chips. So I spent £21.99 on a chip, 15 of them at £21.
I just got a load of EEPROMs for doing them cartridges that I've been doing, and
the Ghostbusters cartridges and things.
Yeah, when I first built them, 10 of the Ghostbusters cartridges, only 3 of them worked.
Yeah, typical.
Bit weird.
I thought the program would itself, yeah.
So I put IPA across top of EEPROM, and it went black.
Oh, yeah.
Black, and I thought, I bet that's what it was. It wasn't. It was just a dirty cartridge pot.
Yeah, needed pins cleaning. Yeah. How about that? Did we not try the old trick where you blow it first? Yeah, the usual recipe. Give it a good blow or lick it, yeah.
That's it, can't beat a good blow.
Yeah. Well, the Commodore 64 was a stepping stone, wasn't it? You know, it was a good system. And then they brought out the 68K processors, which livened things up a little bit.
It did. I mean, they did well, to be fair, in the day. It's just a shame that they went bank, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they were in good technology. This is why they went bankrupt.
Yeah, well, it were greedy bastards that did it. They were using private jets to go into horizons.
All the fuzzies. The fuzzy brigade. Yeah. I had an issue. I have a friend in Sweden, Krista, and he had an issue with a load of, what were they? Blizzard cards.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a guy selling Blizzard cards on the internet, and he had, they weren't genuine. And when John and everybody and us in Sweden took a look at the boards and reverse engineered them, we realised there was no ground planes on them, and they'd missed out several layers of the PCB. Yeah.
It's just, why? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, phase 5 cards and.
I've got is it a is it PPL or PPC card? I've got one of them, but
PPC.
Yeah, I need to look at it again. Screen.
Yeah, the power PC card, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I work with a lot of them stuff at the moment, so I figured out if you use an emulator on the computer, you can do all the software stuff and make sure the software is okay, and then you're just looking at the system when something's up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've been playing around with Amiflon just of recently.
Amiflon?
Yeah.
So is that a new strain of COVID?
Nah. It's actually part of a system that was developed by somebody, and it is a PC-based Amiga system.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So when it runs, it boots a kernel. And when the kernel's loaded, then it loads Amiga ROM, and then it works just like an Amiga. So,
oh, cool.
And it works at 060 level as well, which is the highest processors you could get.
Yeah. It should be really, shouldn't it?
But if you run it on a 1 gigahertz PC, it's the equivalent of having an 060 at 450 megahertz.
Nice.
Which makes it faster than the Amiga was. So the guy had to stop it. He had to stop the project because he was getting himself into a little bit of trouble. Yeah. It was the fact it was faster, and he was publicising the fact that it was faster.
No.
Yeah. So they clamped down on him for it. And then the project was closed back in 2001. And I've just sort of reopened the open source hardware and started on it again. Yeah. Waited for it to become open source and then started tinkering with it. Yeah.
Cool.
It's funny because I didn't run the risk of getting into trouble along with the guy who made it. But it was also to do with the name as well, Amiflon, as in Avalon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they used a 1 gigahertz Avalon processor in the Amiga 1, which they didn't tell people. And it was covered up by a nice heatsink, so you couldn't see it. And it was all fine and dandy when you could see it.
Good old
a lot of it now is all open source now anyway.
Yeah. Well,
but as a child, I grow up. Yeah. What's going on there?
On it.
It's still stuck, that one, isn't it?
Don't want to move. It's going to do in a minute.
Is it on that ground leg again? Yeah.
Yeah. Always that one.
Yeah.
Ground leg. Always.
It's the thick one. It's always the thick one.
Never comes off.
No.
You're never lucky enough to. So, like I said, sometimes you can do them. Odd time to time you can do them, and the chip will just fall straight out. But 9 times out of 10, no.
Oh, just bear with me 2 seconds. I'm just going to put you down for 2 seconds.
Yeah, fine.
Hello. Are you right?
So we've resolved to going back to using some heat, because that really doesn't want to come out, and I don't really want to damage them traces. In fact, I ain't going to damage them traces. So I'm just going to get some heat around that side. Now we'll put some leaded solder in there. It should go out a lot easier. Yeah. We get up to about 350. Yeah, there we go.
She's end of life.
I could hear you on phone, so I muted you, Paul.
Oh, sorry. I've got a poorly mother.
Oh dear.
Yeah. End of life care. That's all I can say online, really. But it's messy. But I've just seen my brother-in-law and the grandchildren.
Yeah. It's
it gets you though. Even though it's not happened, I will say I'm expecting it. But whenever I see family now,
yeah,
I just want to hug everybody. Yeah.
Completely understand you, mate. I went through the same thing with my father about 7 years ago.
Yeah. Well, Mum's just been diagnosed with the T3 N2 lung tumour, inoperable. So
my old man, he had they said he had a spur on his hip, so I said to him, you know, go and make sure that they sort that out. And he said, oh, listen to you telling me, you know. And I went, no, I said, because you give people respect. You know, you're a mechanic, you do your job, doctors do their job, you give them the respect for it. And what they're going to do is they're going to give you aspirin, and then they're going to give you some more drugs, and then they're going to give you some more drugs, and then you're going to be too old for an operation.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so unfortunately, Mum has the end of life. So
what happened, Bonnie? He had the operation. They removed it. It was sarcoma all down his leg. So they took the sarcoma out. They told him we were in remission, and then things started going wrong about 3 or 4 weeks later. And they told him that it was completely peppered in his brain, lungs, heart, everywhere, and he's got 2 weeks. You know,
well, that sounds like me. My dad has Waldenstrom's, which is caused by sarcoma, and he had one in the middle of his back. And for years, we believed it was a cyst. And as kids, we used to draw funny faces on it. And grown up our whole life with Dad having this lump in his back, you know, and it's always been something funny or comical.
Yeah, yeah.
And then one day he went to have the cyst removed. And when they started to remove it and they started to cut into it, it was like an onion. It'd grown in rings. So Yeah, accumulated in the top line. Yeah, he's still with us. He's still here. He's fighting strong.
Good. I'm glad he is.
Yeah, my mum's still here as well, and she's still fighting her guts out, bless her. Yeah. There's more reasons.
Rocking up to her 80s soon.
Yeah. My mum isn't that yet. She's only in her 60s. Yeah. My dad's in his about 68.
Yeah, it's isn't it? My dad was also a grafter. He worked 7 days a week from 8 till 10 every night. You know, and he retired. He retired about 6 years, and he was gone. And I thought, you know what?
Yeah.
He did all that grafting, save all that bloody money up.
Yeah.
And what
I said to Mum, you can't take it with you when you go. You need to max out your bank and go spend it all.
Yeah.
I said, leave us kids with nothing.
Exactly.
You go wait.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand them wanting to leave you something and stuff like that. You know, I get it. You know, but
yeah, I'm bothered about that. You know,
if they can have a better quality of life and bloody spend it, spend it.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I said to Mum. Go max your cards out and go spend it on yourself.
Yeah. Well, enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
We're only here a short time out. We may as well enjoy it.
Yeah, the other siblings, they've squabbled and argued over who's getting what. And my point is, well, they're still here. They've not gone yet. And people are arguing about what they can and can't have. So I just switch off to it because it's pointless arguing about stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, my mum and dad said nobody's getting anything. What happens is everything gets sold and it gets split 3 ways between me and my sisters, and that's it. There's no arguments, there's no this, none of that, but they're not having it. So
my siblings, my mum and dad have chosen my sister as their executor, but my other siblings aren't happy with that. Yeah, but she's the most appropriate out of us all. She's the one who's got her head screwed on her shoulders, so why shouldn't it be her that makes the decision?
Of course. Yeah. Well, she should.
And she
should that your mum.
If my mum and dad do anything, my sister will go and do it. I've already said to my parents.
You've got to respect the wishes.
Yeah. I'm glad she's there and nobody else. Because my sister is a carer. And if there's anyone who can look after my mum, it's definitely my sister. Yeah.
Well, 100% I mean, one of my sisters, she since Dad died, has been nowhere near. I haven't even seen my mum. She hasn't rung my mum. She hasn't sent her any birthday cards or anything. Do you know what I mean? But she's still to get a third. And I don't agree with it, to be fair, but at the end of the day, it's mum and dad's wishes that she's included. So that's their wishes. It's their money. It's got to be respected.
I got a bit upset the other week because my dad said he was here before his children. Yeah. And it felt a bit selfish, but I didn't say anything. I just bit my bottom lip. And you just have to, don't you? Yeah.
Yep, you've got to do. At the end of the day, you've got to do what your mum and dad says.
Oh, yeah, then my mum and dad.
We have to do what they say. We'll get that. I don't want to go over the day again.
My dad was an old man, but if I didn't do as I was told, I'm sure he'd walk my bottom up and down the yard.
Damn right.
He may be good, but I bet you could still control me. Yeah.
Not wrong with that neither, mate. Don't get me wrong when I say this, because obviously I'm saying it online, but there's nothing wrong with smacking your child's bum for being naughty.
I was brought up with a smack. Yeah.
Dude, I got a slipper, I had cane, I had a bloody belt, I had everything, do you know what I mean? But there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. You know, there's a difference between beating your children and chastising.
If anything used to go wrong at home, then it would be Mum and Dad would shout, and we'd all stand in the kitchen. And then it would be, who did this? And then the belt would come out, you know, and it would be a case of, if nobody admitted to it, one across the hand, and then they'd start again, who did it? And almost guaranteed by the third, maybe fourth time with the belt, we had a yeah. And then the problem was dealt with, and that person would go to bed without any tip.
Yeah.
And parents abused you. No, they didn't. Not left me with any injuries.
No. When I was younger, I feared him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when I got older, I realised that fear wasn't fear as such. It was more, it was making me toe line, you know, and I respect him for as an elder. I didn't when I was a child, don't get me wrong, because I didn't understand. You know, but when you get older, you understand.
When you're young and your parents tell you not to do something, and you go and do it.
Yeah.
But I will say, children today are given too much leeway. Yeah.
Oh, bloody
they're given too much. I've had a friend took her Xbox off her son because he had been caught smoking at school.
Yeah.
And she said, well, Xbox best still be in my bedroom.
Yeah.
And when she got home from the Xbox was where she left it, but the rest of them
cables and control.
The house. Oh no, he tipped the house upside down.
Yeah.
He trashed the house.
The problem is
he couldn't have his
kids these days, they don't understand consequence.
No.
You know, what are going to do?
Well, she was sending me video clips on Messenger.
That's it.
And our house was up. Yeah. And he just put the house upside down, and he's only 14-year-old.
Yeah.
And I thought that was crazy, because if I behaved like that at that age, my dad would have put everything out of my bedroom, put a lock on my door, and shut me in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have. But he'd come up with a belt beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if we behaved like that, we'd deal with it in one swoop.
Dad used to call it slipper, Percy.
The thing was, we used to come on to Dad, and we used to think we got away with it. But you used to walk in that front door at night and duck, and the hand would come back.
Yeah.
If you stood behind that front door waiting for you to walk in. Yeah. And all that. He used to teach us properly if we'd done wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree.
Children don't have that discipline now.
No, they're all rights, and if you do out to them, they're going to tell on you. And what they don't realise is they go and tell on you that social services will take you away.
Yeah. No, that's what I say. I'll tell you what, my little boy, what was it? He did something really, really bad. He was climbing up something in our living room, and the whole cabinet come with the DVDs on it. Yeah. And I didn't have to touch him. I didn't have to say anything to him. It was absolutely... I didn't... No, because he'd been brought up with that fact of if you did something seriously wrong like that, you would get into a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Of course.
But his mum would tell him off, and he'd laugh at her and run off and play. But if I had to tell him, I'd only have to say his name once, and that would be it. He'd come in, he'd be crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as soon as he heard me shout, that would be it. The bottom lip would come out.
Yeah, wait while your father gets up.
But I can honestly say I never had to smack him though. Never had to. No.
A threat's enough, isn't it? You know, sometimes a threat's just enough.
Yeah, all I had to do was raise my voice, and that was it. Yeah, he was a good boy.
Well, I'm not tempting fate, but these have come out reasonably.
Yeah, I can see. I'm actually watching on the big screen as well as watching you on the phone.
Yeah.
I have a big screen in my room. I don't. You are on the big screen, look.
I'm just trying to get these last ground frame. This one's gone free. It's coming up now. It's away, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I hope I'm on track because I can still see a lump of solder on
it.
I'll find out in a minute.
I've seen them old boards disintegrate as soon as you put the heat gun towards.
Yeah, I don't like using heat really, but for some reason RAM doesn't like to come out.
It's because it's a CMOS and it's a very heavy metal oxide they use, so it absorbs a lot of heat. Yeah. It's the coating around the outside, isn't it?
Yeah. Come on, baby.
I think with the age those chips are, it'd be pure silica.
Probably.
Yeah. They don't make them like that anymore. I know they don't.
Good.
No, but they used to last. That was the catch.
Yeah, they did.
They would rarely go wrong, which was why they used them. So there wasn't really any idea in the design process of actually having to take them out after they'd gone in. Yeah. But it's like I saw what you was going to do. You're going to socket them, so you can put them in and out easily.
Of course, there's no point. I never take a chip out and solder them back in. I mean, I've done it before. If I haven't got any sockets, then obviously you've got to do something. But other than that, I don't like it.
I just rebuilt an Amiga 500 nice. From the clone board. That's all socketed. Yeah. But I'm having dramas with it. I've got to find a chipset. Yeah. I mean, I had a donor 500 and it worked at the point I stripped it. And then when I got the new board assembled and got it all together, it's absolutely dead. It won't do anything.
Shame.
Put a diagram in it and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, I've got an Amiga 1200 a bit similar to that. It doesn't do anything. It black screens, but then when you put a diagram in it, it gives you a load of gobbledygook.
Yeah, that sounds like it's the Denise chip not working right, that one.
Yeah, well, it's an old...
Across the screen.
So, have I rescued this, or have I...
No, I don't think so. You're very good at what you do. I've watched quite a few of your videos, so... I mean, you've worked on these quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, if I first started out, I mean, I was born and bred a mechanic.
Yeah.
And then I sort of, in early days with PlayStation 1s, I started messing around and chipping on them and stuff like that. Lasers.
Yeah.
And it progressed from there. And when it got to PS3s and PS4s, sorry, PS3s and 360, I ended up looking at 4 or 5 game shops for the console repairs then. So that's where it started. And then when the 360s popped up and didn't do them anymore, Xbox Ones were coming out and you didn't have all these problems, all that work tended to dry up a little bit. So I thought, I'll go back to my retro roots and start playing with Commodores and stuff like that. You know. Yeah,
but there's demand for these systems, even though they're not used anymore. People keep them as memento.
Yeah. Nostalgia purposes, isn't it?
I'm sure if I go into my mum's and dad's loft, there'll be a box somewhere with a Commodore in it, or an Atari, or something up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've asked my mum where my original one is, and she says, I don't know.
And she'll be hoarding it in the loft out the way.
I've got a feeling it was given to him when he was nephews.
Yeah, I mean, I've had that many kids. I think the worst one I ever had was an A4000. That was the worst one I'd ever had.
Mm-hmm. I've got a PC that I'll be taking a look at soon.
Or is it an older one?
PC 10.
All right, okay. IBM.
Yeah, the PC 1020, want the 1020. I think they did a 50, and they were all the same, really. It was basically a cult.
And then they did one with an 8080 in it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had one of them for a while, but I know it's got CGA. I think it puts out, mainly it puts out TTL signal, so it's a bit hard finding something with TTL unless you've got a converter. So
yeah,
the monitor. What happened to the monitor is that we're on, and then the screen just went whoop whoop.
It folded in on itself. Yeah.
Again and disappeared off.
Yeah.
So I've just found another one on eBay at 40 quid, so I thought, winner, I'll have that.
I mean, I've been looking around for a socket A motherboard.
I don't like messing around with monitors if we can help it, especially with CRTs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all right when it comes to CRT and high voltage. Yeah.
Well, I've got a 1084. I've got this 1084. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I bought it and it had been sat in a garage, so all the back connectors were rotted off it.
Oh no!
So the rear connectors on the back, recapped all the board, and it's been running for about 3 years. It's been perfectly fine. And then the other day I switched it on, and you get like a load of lines across the screen at the top. Like a pin line coming across, and the screen's gone roll up. So I think it's the flyback. I think. But I haven't had a chance to look at that
yet. What causes that is when the V hold and the H sync goes on the board. Yeah. CRT monitor. I've had a few that have gone wrong, and then it actually turned out to be the tube. Yeah.
I think the tube's fine. But you never know, do you, to be fair?
No. And a couple of them, I had the magnetics go wrong.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, and that just made the image go tiny in the middle. It's keeping the capo though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's working. Yeah. But if I have problems, I refer myself to my friend BBC Simon. Yeah, because he worked for BBC for like 35 years. And if I get anything like that, I normally get in touch with him, and he's normally your man for that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you can't post them anywhere these days. You can't put them in post because they'll end up bloody smashed to pieces. You know, and he's finding somewhere local that'll have a look into it. You know.
That will happen. I mean, I live in Lincoln, in Lincolnshire, and there's not many people around here that do computers. Not in the sense that we do with these older systems. Yeah. Yeah. I can find retro groups and meets like in Birmingham and places like that, but then you're traveling to Birmingham. Yeah. And from here to Birmingham, I think it's 150 miles, maybe a bit less.
Yeah, it will be. Well, it'll be more than, well, Birmingham for me is about 200 miles.
I think so, yeah. About that. I wouldn't know, it's been a while. It might have got longer with it changed the motorways.
well, it's got slower because you've got to do 70 now because of cameras.
No, they've got average distance, yeah. I used to think that was a race when I was on the motorbike, that you get from that camera to that camera and then go quicker between the next two, and then by the time you get to the last one, if you go slow, it doesn't get you.
Yeah.
because it's already expecting you to get there before you get there. And then when you don't get there when it's expecting you, the camera cuts out and deletes your file. There's flaws to the system.
As always.
It's these doing in London.
Somebody once told me that if you get speeding points and a fine,
yeah,
send them a check for more money than what the fine is, even if it's £1.
Yeah.
Don't send your license.
No.
What it does is, apparently somebody said this about who designed the software. What it does is it waits for you to cash the check. Once the check's cashed, it then moves on with its proceedings and goes, oh, we haven't got your license. So if you put that check in and they cash it, great. They send you a £1 check back. So long as you don't cash it, chuck it in the bin, they'll never ask you for your license. Now, how true that is,
right.
I don't know.
That will be something to do with their system. Yeah. It waits for it. That's the CPS for you. That's the Crown Prosecution Systems that does that.
But it's over my life.
it's that thing. It's only as good as the people that program it.
That's it. That's as I said. It's that's
what I've been seeing about ULEZ cameras in London. People have been smashing them, attacking them. It's crazy.
Yeah. So you'll understand me being a bike.
Oh yeah, I ride a bike all the time, and speed cameras do my head in, because it's normally when you're coming towards them and they get you, and you think, well, I haven't got a number plate on the front of my bike, and I wasn't going fast enough to trigger the camera, and then you realise it was the idiot next to you.
Yep.
Yeah. I've had it a couple of times where I've seen it flash in my rear mirror, and I thought, hang on a minute, I'm miles away from it, and then you see some idiot coming up behind you at a stupid speed. Yeah.
Sure is. I've been that idiot as well.
Yeah, but you know what it's like in a rush. You do, though, don't you? You know, people say, "Oh, stick to the speed limit," but if you're hungry and you're desperate to get home from work, your foot does go down a little bit more, doesn't it? You know.
We're being a mechanic and growing up with my dad within garages and stuff like that. He's done all sort of racing and stock cars and stuff like that. So I grew up with it. So you give me, I mean, I had a Honda Fireblade with 1000cc Fireblade. You know, you give me something, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it. That thing used to red line. It used to bounce on limiter at 185.
Well, I had a ZX600 A1. And at one point in time, it was the fastest Ninja in Lincolnshire.
They're nice. They're just nice to shove you, twist that throttle, and boom, you're off.
I spent stupid money on it. I've had the engine.
I've had to get rid of it because I'll have ended up in prison, to be fair.
Oh, I broke up with my partner and she got rid of my bikes and everything for me without my permission.
Bitch.
Yeah, I know. Still haven't got them back. But I can say my ZX600 had the engine completely re-engineered. I'd been back to Kawasaki and I'd spent almost £15,000 on having the crank all done and all the shells readjusted and various different bits of application done to the engine. Then I said to the police when I reported the bikes missing, I said, if anyone tries to get parts for that engine, Kawasaki will ring me to tell me they're trying to get parts for my engine.
Right.
Because there's a file at Kawasaki for my engine, and that's all for me, that one engine number.
Cool.
Yeah. So if anyone tried to get it up and running or tried to use it, I would know. But I was making straight runs on Santa Pod. Yeah. I was drag racing it in the trials events and things like that. Very nice. PT178 micro turbo.
One I had were mine were a Fireblade. It were an RRT, so it was the last of the carburetor models.
Oh wow!
Yeah. And I had that timed, and I had it tuned. I tuned it myself, to be fair, and I had it down to 0 to 100 in 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's good.
GP bikes are about 2.5 seconds. You know, what a GP bike.
Yeah. I was making. I had to have a balance bar on my bike, but I was making 0 to 100 at about 3.5, something like that. 250, 762 at 215 mile an hour.
Nice.
That was my fastest. Yeah. But I'd had everything done to my engine I could imagine. I had a better gearbox. I had the Z9R gearbox in it.
Yeah, well, you've got to hit it as much as you can, haven't you?
Well, I don't really bike.
You can get a lot of power out of them really quickly, but when you start looking and giving it another 10 brake horsepower, then it starts costing you a lot of money, doesn't it, just to get them refined parts?
Yeah. I was racing mine in competitions, so I had to have the edge on the next guy, you know. Yeah. So it was a case of if the crank dropped, well, I kept throwing a piston quite often. It kept dropping a piston, and this is why I had to have it away to be engineered, was because the crank used to flex. Yeah.
So then, it's bad. Let's get that back onto here. So you can go as number 1 RAM chip, which I can't do because that doesn't have a leg on it.
I can see.
Let's go for it.
Is that your board?
This is my ZIF board, yeah, that I built.
Yeah.
That looks like a bad RAM to me.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's one bad RAM. We'll move that out of the way.
4. Yeah, the 2 little brackets, look, at the top.
Yep. Next RAM chip. What's that give?
7.
Don't like that neither, does it?
No, they're dead chips. I don't know if you can see at your end, when you flick it off and you get a little bit of lag this end, you get a couple of coloured dots in the top left corner and a couple of coloured dots in the top right corner when you switch it on and off.
Yeah, that one just give it a load of multicoloured across the top. But again, bad RAM.
Yeah, that's it, the multicolour, yeah.
We'll try this one again. There'll be a bit of delay, but there'll be a bit of lag. Next one. Oh, look, another dead RAM chip.
Oh dear, what's happened to that one?
I would have probably said it's had a really nice power spike. Next RAM chip.
Yeah. Yeah, they all seem to be.
Next RAM chip.
They're all dead, aren't they? Yeah.
Oh, we've got a RAM chip.
Oh, that one's okay. 1. We're doing good. That's 1. But if you look at the side, when you look, 64K RAM, and it comes up 39811.
It should do, yeah.
If you
There's another bad.
It's normal, yeah.
That's another bad RAM. Oh, then what was that? That's the one that with a leg missing. Let's try that one with leg missing, and let's see if I can get away with using me Poiker technical name.
Are they the 50-50 chips where half of it's bad and half of it's good?
Normally, but this one looks like it's about 90%.
Didn't Atari use chips like that as well?
If I go like that and shove that in there and touch that across to there, that should give us a RAM. Yeah, that's not working neither.
Oh dear.
So put my original RAM chip back in there.
Do you know what happened to that? I think the power supply went wrong on it. Yeah.
So do I. The guy that I got it from. Hey, big boy, how you doing? The guy that I got it from Well, I mean, I met him at the Blackpool Expo, and we exchanged boards. I took his. So on the only thing I swapped was his SID, and I gave him the board, and he took it away. And I said when I brought the board home, I did have a look at it, and I said to him, "There's no power coming through the board." And then all of a sudden, Lost Into Life did the board, and it was like, that's a bit strange, is that? And then he said to me, "I don't think I'm going to power this one on with old power supply. I think I'm going to buy a new one." I went, "Yeah, I think you should." I said, "Because if you come back to me and tell me that board doesn't work, I'll tell you that
I had an A500 supply that did the same. And it didn't affect the positive voltages. It took one of the negative voltages, the negative 18 volts, and it killed it. So I was checking out all the positive lines, thinking, oh, it's got to be a positive volt or somewhere in a positive rail. And they were all reading fine. And then when I decided to test the actual power supply itself, I touched the negative rail and it went to minus 18 volts. And I was like, hang on a minute, that's not right. So then I touched another one and it was negative. It was positive 18 volts.
Yep.
Swap my leads around.
Good telltale. Right, so we have got 7 bad RAM chips. So just bear with me a second while I clear off all this crap off my mat, and then I shall be back.
How many is in there? 8, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got one good chip out of 8. Oh my God.
Oh, that's better.
What size are those chips?
4116.
4116, yeah.
160s, but you've got equivalents as well.
Yeah.
What I'll be going in these will be a 4164, which is basically equivalent. 4164,
yeah.
4116. Just rebrand.
I think 4164, isn't it slightly faster?
No, they're all like 12 nanoseconds.
Yeah. As long as it's within that range, it should be fine.
Yeah, you're not too bad with that range. So, how's the stream doing?
At least with that, they didn't have the same problem they had with the Amigas, which was if you had one bad memory and you just tried to change one, it didn't like that. No. So you used to have to change them in pairs.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 at a time. Otherwise, it just wouldn't like it.
Pain in the ass.
But since revision 8, they cured up that problem. They changed what chips they were using. Yeah.
Yeah.
The C64 though was a good system. I used to play Paperboy on it.
I loved it. I mean, I started out with the VIC-20 back in the day, and obviously I didn't have it long.
Oh.
My mate at school had a 48K Spectrum, and he hounded me to get one. So obviously being a year old, I got one, and I struggled to load games. I wasn't aware at the time that you had to piss around with the volume control, the treble control, the bass control, and you had to get all 3 right, otherwise it wouldn't load. So we took 6 back. We took 6 back to the shop, and my mum said, "That's it, I'm done. I'm going to pay for extra. You can have a Commodore 64 instead." I brought that home, started playing on it. My mate come around to see me at some point. I put Ghostbusters on, and he screamed out Ghostbusters, and he sold his Spectrum and bought a 64.
Yeah. Well, the 64 boasted more colour, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the pros and cons. The best thing with Spectrum is you could play with graphics more. There are a lot more. You could refine it a lot more. You get a lot more detail in the graphics.
Yeah.
Where sprites were a bit blocky, and the Commodore 64
I remember
best neither, you know.
Yeah. When we were children, we were brought a Sinclair ZX Spectrum +2, the 128K model.
Yeah.
And we had to share that amongst ourselves. And it used to take about 40 minutes to load a game. But when we used to argue, my dad used to steal it. Yeah. And then you'd go in their bedroom at night and they'd be sat there playing Scrabble on the specky.
Bless them.
I used to catch them playing Scrabble. But the funny thing was, when the Spectrum used to come back, the Scrabble game wasn't in our games box. So they used to put it out of the way to stop those kids having it. Was
it the Maker Chip pack that the Scrabble came out of? It had Maker Chip in it and all sorts of stuff, didn't it?
Yeah, it made me laugh that Mum and Dad used to steal it and play Scrabble. Now I'm a lot older, I see the reason behind it. It was a new computer when I was a young lad, and they were quite popular. They were also boasting the Amstrad CPC 464 as well. But it came with green screen, and not many people like that with green screen. I don't like green screen.
I'm not keen with an Amstrad. Although they're more better.
It's a Spectrum in a different case.
Yeah, they were a bit better than Spectrum, weren't they? I've got to admit, you know, colours and stuff on them were damn sight better than Spectrum.
I think they had 16 colours, didn't they?
Yeah.
They had 16 colours, but they did a green screen for it. It didn't make sense, does it?
No. No, not at all. I think the Amstrad, at least the Amstrad didn't have sprite colour glitching.
Yeah, yeah.
I think a lot of that spoiled the Spectrum, to be fair.
Yeah, but then Amiga came along and brought out Blitter, didn't they? Which was instantaneous. Yeah. Yeah.
And ST.
I'm quite happy actually went bust Commodore, because Commodore were on to a specific niche of the market when they were doing it.
And the ST.
I mean, your floppy disk. I remember getting 2.5 hours worth of music on one floppy disk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had Pink Floyd and The Wall on floppy disk. Yeah. I had 8 discs. And you used to start with disc 1 and it would tell you to swap the discs as you went through, but it would never break in playing the music.
Do you know, I bought this solder off eBay and it is absolutely dog shite.
I tend to, there's a guy I get my Amiga stuff off, and he sells all the little things like side cutters and solder, etc., etc.
That's it.
He even does all your components for them as well.
It just don't flow. It's just horrible stuff.
Sorry, I'm just going to get up and out. 6040 though. I use 6040, but I don't use it in that size. I think I use 6040 in there. I either get it in.
I have that stuff which is old. Which is old.
Yeah, I get that brand, which is Duratool. But this one, 0.7mm, 50 grams of 6040, so it's 60 silver, 40 lead.
Yeah.
And then I used a more expensive solid silver on that one. So that's just pure silver, the blue one I use.
So just referring back to this stuff that I've been using, and it's just a pleasure. Such a pleasure.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother buying any more.
No,
if it don't flow, no good.
It just goes clumpy.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Probably wants your temperature higher, but then it's not safe to have your temperature higher with an older board.
Oh.
I mean, you get some of them Vata death systems, and you touch them with a soldering iron once you've cleaned them up, and it starts lifting the tracks. You get more than, what, say 250 degrees coming out your soldering iron, it'll start to lift the tracks. Yeah.
Well, it will. I mean, I haven't got a temperature control on my soldering iron, so I couldn't tell you what it's at, to be fair.
No, but you're not lingering long enough for it to cause any damage.
No, not at all.
I explained that to a lot of people. I said, the longer you linger on a joint, the more heat you're putting into that area, the more risk you run of lifting the track. Yeah. But it's like you were checking, you need to get all the chips out first so you can check the vias in between.
Yeah, well, that's what I did straight away with this one. I would pull the first two chips out, and I was like, well, shall I put sockets in them? Nah, what's the point? No point in putting sockets in. Not until you got them all out and you everything else is hunky down.
And it makes the whole process easier, doesn't it? You know, if they're all out and then fresh sockets in, you can clean up, put your sockets in, get them all soldered in, make sure the bias are all fine, and then get back to putting your chips back in. Yep.
Well, I've got to say that is probably the biggest pile of shit that I've ever fucking played with, and that's all. Excuse my French.
Been it.
Well, I ain't got any more, so I'm going to have to try and persevere with it, unfortunately, on this stream.
If you got some flux.
Yeah. Well, always flux. Always put flux in.
I've got an old bottle of it's in a Topnic bottle, but I got a friend who used to work in Korea in a TV assembly factory.
Yeah.
He gave me a bottle of the original resin they used to coat the circuit boards with before they put them in the solder bath.
Nice.
And that is some really good stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got.
You won't get any better than that.
Yeah, it's really old fashioned stuff, but I tell you what, it used to make your solder flow perfect. And I think that's why they used to use it, because if you're putting a board through the solder bath, you want it to take the first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But once it dries on the board, it doesn't cause a short. It dries like a waxy substance, but it's non-conductive. To get it off once you've let it dry is very, very difficult. I would advise not leaving it to dry, using it, solder, and then clean it off straight away.
That's stuff I usually use.
Yeah. What's that, RF 800 or?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, I've never had any problems with it until I'm using it with this shit solder, to be fair.
But then again, it could all just be down to the solder you're using, isn't it?
I reckon. It's not the flux.
I've had some really, really bad solder that were from the China shops.
Yeah,
they sell it as silver, but it's got no silver in it whatsoever. It's all lead.
Yeah, they sell it as bullshit.
But if you need that perfect mix, don't you, for it to flow? You know, it's got to have a certain amount of silver and lead together to make it flow across the joint. And lots of people don't understand that. I've seen some lads make a mess of a circuit board just for the sake of a tiny bit of solder.
Yeah.
And then I sit there and look at it and I go, why did you do that? Oh, I ran out of solder, so I thought I'd use this thick stuff instead. And then I say, oh, show me the thick stuff you were using. And he pulls out a roll of plumber's solder. Yeah. But then again, I will advise, if you ever get a chance, there is a little tub here this stuff, which is regular flux that you could buy at Wix. Yeah, and I tend to put it into a little syringe, and I use it out of a little syringe like that, and I pack that syringe full of normal flux, just your typical flux you can get at Wix, and that works perfect. I've never had a problem with it.
Hey, Captain Commodore, how are you doing? All right, matey?
Pardon?
I'm just shouting out to the people in the chat.
All right. Yeah, I mean, some of the flux from Wix that they sell, believe it or not, even though it's the builder's versions, it's quite good stuff. Yeah. Because I was buying tubes and syringes of flux, and then when I was actually speaking to my friend, he says there's no difference between the stuff in that red part and the stuff you're squirting out that tube.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what's the difference? And he says the melt point. The point which it dissolves and turns into liquid. But if you're like me and you're going to be working on a surface mount board, you need to put a bit of flux over everything before you start heating the board up.
Yeah, I mean, I always, even though the solder's got flux in it, I always put flux on. Yeah,
I mean, I've often put, I know it's naughty, my oven in the kitchen, it's halogen. Cover the board in flux, put your surface mounts on where you want them, and just slip it in the oven for 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
and then you regulate your temperature, keep it about 120, 130 degrees, and they all sort of drop into place where they need to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good at flowing a halogen oven. Yeah.
I've watched it before. It looks quite cool when you do your surface mount stuff. It's you can just sort of warm it all up, and you can watch everything just wiggle into place. It's quite cool.
Yeah, it does. And if something doesn't like that, you just get your heat gun out and just heat in that area again while the board's still hot, and you can touch that chip with a pair of tweezers or something, and it will square itself up again. I don't know if you know John Hertel, or if you've heard of him.
Name seems
John
to ring
Chuck.
Well.
Yeah. Well, he did the Amiga 1200s.
Oh,
and I built maybe 10, maybe 12 of them boards for different people. And every single one that built worked.
Straight off the bat.
Yeah, straight off the bat. He's a good designer.
Yeah, I get on well with Rob Taylor, you know, with one of the 60s clones.
Yeah. I've heard of him as well.
He's a good lad, he's Rob. I get on really well with him.
Yeah, I mean, my friend Krista in Sweden, he's a good bloke.
Yeah. Lee, Captain Commodore, that's the stuff that I've built off Fleabay, and it is absolutely dog poo. It just clumps up and it just doesn't do anything at all. But unfortunately, that is the only bit of leaded solder I've got left. So I'm going to have to start playing with it soon.
That's a bit drastic.
It is. And I've got another 3 sockets to go, and I don't think that's going to happen so quickly.
You have to take my advice and go to Wix or B&Q and have a look. Yeah. Because you'd be surprised what they have in there, and you think, hang on, it's a builder's merchants, and they do solder all the way down to 0.7 millimeter.
You know, I went through in there because I wanted some snips, and they don't sell them.
Yeah. No.
Every time I go to B&Q, they don't sell what I want.
They will sell the solder and they will sell the flux, but they won't sell side cutters, and they don't sell a soldering iron.
No.
They'll sell you a blowtorch. Are they soldering in all right? Or are they?
Yeah, I mean, it is doing with the solder I'm using.
Yeah.
It's just
so On your screen, the capture you're using.
Yeah.
What is that program?
That is basically, it's the, you know, the USB thing that you can get with composite and your audio straight into it. It's just a if you look at the top right hand corner of that box, it's VHS to DVD. So it's just a capture screen.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
I don't even know what it's gone off on it. We don't even need that on, to be fair. Let's get a shot of it. Bin that off.
Everybody will be watching, saying, "Oh, he's hogging the screen."
Yeah, turn it off. Turn it off. I don't need to see it. There's no on it. I do the same thing myself, to be fair.
My ugly mug and my bald head and my missing teeth. I'm waiting for false teeth, and I've had to have a lot of teeth removed out my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, these things happen, don't
they? They found some HPV cells in the middle of my teeth. They removed a couple of teeth and sent them away because they didn't look right. And they came back and saying, yeah, it's HPV carcinoma. It's not progressed into anything yet, but we need to remove them all. Yeah. So I've been having surgery over the last like 6 months.
Oh, fucking hell, man, that's a bit rough. Excuse my French.
I said to him, just take them all out. If they're going to be a problem, just take them all out.
Right.
Yeah, it's a case of if they didn't remove them, then they could possibly turn into something. Yeah.
Well,
what their tests come back then, you know, they have to send one away first, and then it comes back, and then they have to get you in to see an oncologist, and he has to give you the information whether it is or it isn't. You know, so even though my dentist pulled the teeth out, he still wasn't allowed to say anything to me about what was going on. I had to see an oncologist.
Stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, they just send you pillar to post from here to there, from here to there.
It's stupid because you know damn well what it is.
Oh yeah, I know what it is. They're not going to say it is.
If I said to you, you put wrong fuel in it, you've contaminated your fuel tank, and you go, how do you know that? Because I know. Because I can see it.
Yeah.
Without having to send it off and have it tested to prove it. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Oh, no.
You know.
Yeah, but it's like my dentist said. He said, you haven't looked after your teeth properly, which I'll admit, my dental hygiene has been poor. And he said, because of dental hygiene, he says it's left you with HPV cells in the middle of your teeth. And I said, what are HPV? And he said, the human papilloma virus. And then my next answer was, my first thought was, don't women get that down below when they've got cervical problems? And I said, he said, yeah.
To be honest,
and then
if you think back, and if Adam and Eve were real, if it was true, then they're still 1,000 years old. What happened to their dentist?
Well, they didn't need one.
No. Because
your body takes
all these chemicals that they're cleaning your bloody teeth with.
It's probably the stuff they put in your mouth that does the most damage.
Yep.
I mean, it's when they start scrubbing at your teeth with that drill or the brush or anything like that on that high-powered drill. That takes enamel away, that does.
Yep.
And, well, like you said, you've got HPV cells in the middle of your teeth, Michael, and he says they've all got to come out before they turn into something much worse. I didn't have the heart to tell my mum and dad what was going on, but if you take a look at me, I don't look very well.
Right.
In general, I've got, like, if you look at my eyes, I've got black bags look.
Yeah, dark brown.
Generally don't look well because of the surgery I've been having.
Yeah.
But everything with like my Amigas and my YouTube channel had to take a back seat now for a while because my mum and then my problems, just too much to be managing a YouTube channel and my family life, you know.
Yeah.
But I still follow you guys and watch your videos and things.
Yeah,
I was quite impressed.
We all do. I try and support as many as you can. Obviously, time's limited, but I do try and support everybody I can. I mean, we sit in the group. Captain Commodore, that's in the chat, if he's still here, he's in the group. Retro for You, he's in his group, and it's the YouTube Retro Repairers. You know, there's about 6, 7 of us in there now, or something like that, and we just sit and we bounce things off each other and generally take the mick out of each other as well, you know, and just have a bit of a giggle. And it's good. We enjoy doing that. It's good for the community, but it is only for those that do YouTube as well, you know.
Yeah, I enjoy the Amiga community as well. Some of the guys that you meet are quite friendly, you know, and enjoy a good chat and a bit of banter. But I was enjoying watching you assemble the cartridges you were in the last video with the Ghostbusters cartridges. They were quite fancy then.
They were nice to do. Nice to do something nice and easy without having to worry. You know, you knew things were going to go right, and it was just easy, a pleasure.
I went to PCBWay and I actually took a look. That's how interesting it was. I actually went and had a look. Yeah.
Well,
and then
they're based on the Magic Desk cartridges.
Yeah.
So what Rob's doing for me, Rob Taylor's going to do, is I'm going to send him one at PCBs, and then he's going to do the base schematics for it, so I can put it into iCAD and amend the artwork on the top of them and stuff, so I can produce my own. Because I'd like to have like Monty Run and Goonies and stuff like that. Yeah, okay. We've got Kung Flu flashes. We don't need it, but for a quick go-to, click, bump, on, great stuff. You know, if you want to go to somebody's house and take it with you to let them have a play on it, again, great. You're not having to drag your Ultimate around and risk dropping it and breaking it and stuff like that. So
but even though it's a cartridge, it's all dependent what you put on the ROM. Yeah, I thought that worked.
If you go to download the OneLoad 64 pack, and if you ever browse through them in there, you'll find the Magic Desk ROMs in there, and there's hundreds of them.
Yeah. How big are they then? Like,
hey?
How big are they in size, roughly?
We'll go on to I can't remember now. 512 EEPROM, which I think is 64K.
Yeah.
64K or something like that it is. So they're not very big. They're quite quick to burn on the EEPROM.
Yeah. Okay. I do like all the programming and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it. I mean, there is, if you go on GitHub, there is software as well that'll teach you how to convert sort of cartridge files and stuff like that across. You can use Vice as well to create from your PRGs and stuff like that. You can create CRT files. So then you can take your CRT file and put it in your Magic Desk software, and then create whatever you want. You can build multi-loaders as well with the Magic Desk, so you can put more than one game on one.
That's good.
It's steady away, really.
I've seen a few other people have problems with sorting checksums on chips because the files won't go. And I've often said to people, what sort of software are you using to write the ROM? Because normally on a ROM file, it's right at the beginning in the code what the chip checksum should be. Yeah. And I've often had people say to me, oh, I keep writing this ROM, Mike, and I keep writing it, and it passes, but it just won't load. It won't. And then actually turn out they'd set checksum wrong on the chip.
Yes. What happens is if you've got an 8K ROM file and you're trying to convert it to say a 64K ROM, it doesn't work.
No, that's what I was on about, and I've often sorted problems like that out for people just in the software, you know.
You just double it up. That's all, and it's fine. And if it don't work there, you can use chip select then and try that side of it.
Yeah, yeah. But you get some people who just don't understand the software, though, you know.
Yeah.
It is one of them. This is why we have the communities, though, isn't it? Share the information. You know, because someone like
YouTube. That's why I started the YouTube channel, so I can show people how to do things, you know, layman ways, if you like, or layman ways these days.
Well, I've watched quite a few programs, and I enjoy watching your content. It's good stuff.
Cheers.
Yeah. Oh, you do well. It's like me. I'm in the early stages. I've got a couple of videos up on my YouTube. There's not many. But like I say, it's all on hold at the moment because of family issues. But I'm hoping to get some more 500 boards in and start populating up some 500 boards for sale. So, but it's.
I've got
we're talking with a few others in the Amiga group about doing a buy-in for boards from PCBWay. So what we'll do, we'll all come together and we'll probably buy like 70 boards.
Yeah.
But we'll all in a certain amount each into that. Yeah. It just works out cheaper. But you're better off waiting till there's a buy-in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you're buying boards for yourself, it doesn't work out economically. Right.
With the big boards, the big boards, I mean, they do cost a bit of money, but you like these little cartridge ones, and they're not bad at all. I mean, you can get 10 boards for $5.
Yeah, that's good. That's cheap. Yeah, but when you're buying 1,200 boards, which are 3 layers thick and SMD, and they come out at £106 each. So, and that's just for a plain old white one. Yeah. Just give me 2 seconds, I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. John, how you doing? How you doing, John? You all right? You've got your microphone muted, John.
Yeah, I got it now.
That's better. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. What you been up to today? Anything good?
Just shopping. I actually saw this in the car when I was sitting in the car park.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still here.
Yeah, so you've been on a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's completely RAM. It's all bad RAM, I think. I'm pretty sure it is anyway, but we'll find out once I get these chip sockets put back in. I'd run out of the 8-pin chip sockets, so I'm having to put 2 4-pin sockets in just to try and aid it. But we've took all the RAM chips out. We've tested them all. 7 of the RAM chips were bad.
That's a good one.
So I'm pretty much sure it's been down to a power supply at some point.
Right. Yeah, I've just bought a C64 saver.
Yeah, you do right with them, Val. You do right with them.
Yeah. Let's see. It's not too bad if it's just the RAM. It's not too expensive. Is it a 407 board?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just a 4116 RAM chips.
Right. I could see it earlier, but I couldn't make out the board. It was so small on the mobile phone.
Yeah. Just trying to just got another socket to pop in, and I can populate it back up and boot see if sucker boots up, and finally.
All right. I wasn't sure if it was still live. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, we're still going. We're still going. It's just time consuming, you know. People don't realize how time consuming this stuff is.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to be done at the end of the day. Well, this is all the RAM that's out. You've all the solder points. You've all the cleaning up to do. You know, you just don't understand how much work goes into doing these. As you can tell, here I am, and we're 3 hours down, and I'm done the diagnostic side of thing, and we're into soldering all these RAM chips.
I'm back. I'm back. Oh, we got someone else. Hello.
Yeah, this is John, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Nice to meet you, John.
Cheers.
I'm Mike.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you too, mate. First bit of social activity I've had in a long while. Yeah.
Was it your space helmet that you had? Yeah, Mike.
Say again.
Did you have a space helmet TV?
A space helmet TV?
Yeah. Obviously not.
No,
Like a big dome. Yeah.
It's a different Amiga mic then.
No. I'm Mike's Amiga lab. Yeah, Amiga Mike is someone else. He's from the US, I think. I know who you're on about. I think he's.
No, he's UK.
Is he Retrofits UK? I think.
Yeah, he's more in like the Yorkshire Amiga group.
Yeah.
I just couldn't quite remember.
Why?
Solar flux is going to my head.
The what? The solar flux?
I think it's going to my head.
Yeah, all of that isopropyl in there.
Yeah, I'll have to have a drink in it.
I do that. I mean, well, don't drink it, but I have to have fans on my desk because I gas myself.
Yeah. I'm not too bad at the minute.
And
I think this solder that I'm using is not unleaded solder. I'm pretty sure it's unleaded.
Yeah, I think it's just lead.
You can't really see, but when you look at it when you actually have a look at it, it goes like grey. Dull and grey.
Yeah, dull. I've had 2 damaged Amiga 500 boards because somebody used cheap solder.
Don't say that.
Yeah. But I know all about cheap solder and what damage it does. And it's like you have great difficulty in removing them chips.
I get the feeling that if I have to take these sockets back off, it would be hard.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult. You'd probably end up killing the board or something if you had to do it again. That's why it's best to put a socket there, isn't it?
I'd cut them out. Seriously, even if I couldn't get these sockets out and I ended up with a bad socket, I would cut these out.
I'm just the latest 500 board I've just finished assembling, so I can give you a quick look see at that if you can see very well. Hang on, let's get into some light somewhere. Is
that a purple and gold board?
Yeah.
Look lovely in that purple and gold, to be fair.
That's fully populated, that one, and it works lovely. Yeah.
It's crackers because you get all these lovely boards to do, and then you put them in a case and you can't see them.
Yeah, but this one's going in a clear case. That's why he asked for purple.
Yeah.
But he sent me his board, and like I say, it was working at the point I stripped it. But as we've got that one assembled, it's completely dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know what's going on with it. So the person who it's for, I've said to him, I'll pick him up a set of ROMs and the CIAs and bits off eBay. And I'm not charging him any extra to do it. I just said to him, I said, the chances are it'd be the Gary chip. Yeah, because the Gary chip is so sensitive on the 500s.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had Gary chip. It's just the legs have gone corroded. Yeah. But as I look over this board, I've noticed something I've done wrong. And I haven't looked at it in a while. I just realised this is the crystal oscillator. Yeah.
Yep.
Little black dot on each leg. Yeah.
Yeah.
The pins that I've put on the board to take the oscillator are bigger than that black dot on the back. So when you put the oscillator in, the ground plane is joining all four together. And I've just noticed that.
Sometimes
there you go.
It's like what I said to you before when I used to be in the motor trade. When you're struggling with something, you can't do it. Just go
put
away
it down.
Go away from it. Go and get yourself a cup of coffee, and then you'll come back to it, and it just goes pop. And you just think,
well, I just put it out to do, and then I realised, hang on, them legs haven't got shielding on them. And they're touching the outer case of the oscillator, which probably says the oscillator's dead now. Oh, that was my kettle. Dear me, keep drinking cups of coffee.
Is John gone?
I don't know, he's vanished, he disappeared.
Yeah, he's dropped off. If you're still here, John, sorry, I'm just plodding along. We can try to get this board finished off because we're running in time as it is.
Wow, how long have you been going? 3 hours and 14 minutes.
That's what happens when you do things on camera, mate.
Yeah. What's going on outside?
It shouldn't take 3 hours to change 8 RAM chips.
Why not?
Well, it does when you've got crappy solder and you've got cameras in front of you.
Day to do it.
Exactly.
But it's that thing. If you've done them before, and you know, if you take your time with it, the finished product's going to be good. You know, so there's no point in it taking like 3 hours and 15 minutes. If it took that long, that's a good time. To me, that would be a good time frame.
I've built a 60s clone 407 board faster than I put this RAM in.
Yeah, but it's like you say, they're difficult to get out. They're not really designed to come back out once they've gone in. No. You see, this is why they're not in business anymore, because when the hardware started failing, people were ending up trashing complete systems because it was all on one board.
Yeah.
You know, and I'd seen a lot of Amigas on eBay that have been chopped up into sections, the board. Yeah, they just chop it into sections and sell that strip of circuit board with the chips on it.
And leave it for somebody else's problem to get it off.
Yeah, but it's like these Siemens chips. On here, I was trying to explain to you earlier. You get the 256 AP model,
yeah,
and then you get a HYB 514256C. Yeah.
Yep.
And if you mix match them, it doesn't like that. Even though they both do the same thing.
Yep.
Both meet the same specs. If you put an original chip and then one of them chips in next to each other, it won't boot. But if you put two original chips next to each other and then two new chips next to each other, it presto, the screen lights up. They're just so sticky with the memory chips. It amazes me how they managed to build a product that worked.
I know what you mean.
It's like
Right.
it's like, well, they suffer with it. They suffer with memory issues. Yeah.
Right. Let's fetch in the bag of RAM.
9145. So what these are? I can see it now on the edge of the chip. Yeah. Korean 9145s. Yeah. What are they? 256 bytes, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they will be.
256. I mean, he even went into this one with all the logics. When it first didn't power up, I brought a logic pack, and I did every single logic on the board. It's all socketed.
Yeah.
And it still didn't boot. Yeah. I still suspect that the old board I harvest had some Vata damage on it, and I'm thinking it might have damaged a couple of the chips.
Got a lot to answer for, is that Vata crap.
Yeah. Yeah, them Vata batteries are horrible.
Well,
but you see, with this new board, we've made an alteration to the board where it'll take a CR2032 battery now. Yeah. Which does away with the Vata.
The moment of truth. The RAM is in.
See. Ooh.
The RAM in. Well, we'll put 7 new chips in there. One with the old chip.
Let's see what it does.
Does it not? It currently has 2 choices.
I'm now watching you on the big screen.
Slapping the old aerial, banging the old power supply, and switch it on. No, I'm only kidding.
No output yet. No monitor out.
And we've got an out.
Let's see. Oh.
Well. What else has been fried?
Oh dear. Is there a memory control logic on it?
The logic for controlling logic is around here.
There we go. Diagram, yeah.
Yeah, so we did have bad RAM. We have tested the, I can't remember which way around they are now. Kernel's one in the middle. I think it's the basic or the character. We've tested that, and that checked out okay. We tested the PLA, that worked okay. We tested this, the VIC chip, that was okay. And we've tested the socketed chips up here, which they.
Did you say you tested the Vicky chip?
Okay, as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we have got bad RAM. I'm wondering, because I have put that one RAM chip back in. So just pull it. I mean, in theory, it should have booted anyway with the RAM. It shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Let's try a different one. It's a bit rough.
It's just strange how you socketed it all and you put chips back in, you know they're good, and it still behaved like it had a bad memory chip. Does it have an LS logic that controls the memory interface?
Yeah, that's what the logic glue around here is all LS. It's pretty much LS. Yeah. Okay, so them RAMs didn't make a difference when I've changed them, so it has got a full set of RAM in there now. But the real strange thing is, what did we get then? The real strange thing is, off camera.
Yeah. Well, what did you touch there?
I touched it up. We switched it on.
When you touch something.
What I did off camera, and I knew it were down to RAM because I piggybacked 4 of the RAM chips, and it gave me the blue screen.
Yeah.
But it only had 390 odd bytes. Sorry, 900 and some bytes it had. So I knew damn well that the RAM was bad.
That it wasn't working right. Yeah.
So
did they have the CIA chip on?
Yeah, but it's socketed. Unfortunately, it's not socketed, so it's in. But a CIA could do it. You could also have the other RAM logic. It could also be one of the other glue
That's
logic.
what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, we've tested the other ones. If you leave it on like this for a while and switch it back on, put it back on again, the dead test starts flashing. So and then it starts to see that it's got bad RAM.
Yeah.
We'll leave that on a while now, just whether it does the same thing as what it was doing before. Even though we've tested them 7 RAM chips, and we know that them 7 RAM chips were bad.
Yeah, you tested every single one, and you had no action from your good board, which would say that the memory chips were defective. But if you suspect it's a power supply fault, it's a question of what else could it damage when it does that, isn't it?
Well, it could damage. It could wipe the lot out. To be fair.
Yeah.
But when I had, when I said before, when I piggybacked it, and I actually got the correct screen, but I only had 900 odd bytes free.
Yeah.
That should have told you that it was just RAM.
Yeah, because it should be at 30. Yeah.
Yep. Whether it's just down to this shit solder that I've used, which is quite possible.
No, it'll be the solder. I think you got something else that might be a bit iffy, maybe a bad logic or something. I'm just looking at the pattern on the screen and seeing how it's got a line in it everywhere.
Yeah, I've had that before, and it's been one of the logics, the glue logics that's caused that bit past.
Yeah, I've seen that before in glue logic as well. Yeah. But not doing the broken lines though. Yeah, I saw it left to right lines, not up and down. Yeah.
So there you go. What you've got now is U12.
Yeah.
So it's telling me U12 again.
Yeah, U12. Yeah. So
the only thing I haven't done is test the new RAM chips in the ZIF board.
Oh. You should try test them first. Yeah.
I was under the impression that all on that pad, which I tested a while ago, are good.
Yeah. You know while it's doing that flashing,
do
you have a multimeter at hand?
Nope.
No, I was going to say check the voltage across the voltage legs of the RAM while it was flashing. Yeah. You could have a chip that works, but when it gets hot, it goes dead short inside. Yeah.
Well,
but the flashing, and that's always a bad memory module, isn't it? Normally.
So move 12 out, and we'll just check my RAM 12.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it works in your board?
No.
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 No. So is that board you're repairing just killed another memory chip? Oh dear. Ooh. 64K RAM, 38911, and that was that was a good one. Right.
That U12.
Yeah. That's working.
U12 I've just taken out and tested. I just had to reseat it in the socket. Sometimes it goes like that.
Yeah. You get that with all sockets, don't you? You've got to press on them a little bit sometimes.
U11. Fine.
Pop it back out. Yours. And it's fine. Yep.
U10. So
Yeah.
if we bang all these in now, all it can be is glue logic.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking when I saw the lines, was the glue logic not working right. Struggling to read the memory address, if you know what I mean. No, that one's blank. That one. Which chip was that one then?
This is U9.
Right, so that's blank at that one.
Let's try a different one.
Oh, it's behaving strangely, isn't it? To be honest with you, I've not seen one behave like this before. I've seen the white flashing, which normally says you've got a bad RAM. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like anything else. It's like any diagnostic software. It doesn't tell you exactly what it is.
No, you've got to do fault finding afterwards.
Yeah, it can do, because it just, you know, it can be right, but it might not be. It's telling you it's got a bad RAM. Okay, it's bad RAM, but is it the RAM? Is it the trace? Is it the power? Is it the ground?
Yeah. I would start at voltage, making sure the voltage is right coming in, and then go from there.
No, there were good voltages when I first did it. First off.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had the old C64s, not this model. I think it was an A model. Used to burn out the regulator on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, they can do.
I think this is a B model, isn't it? This has the transformer on it, doesn't it, this one?
What do you mean?
It has the little transformer up by the power supply, I think, this board.
They all do, to be fair. You transform those in power supply into it, but that's okay.
You see, I don't really know too much about the Commodore 64, to be honest with you. I sort of know how they work and how to use one and how to set it up, but the fault finding processes, that's not something I know. But you know, with any sort of LS logic system, there's always a way of testing everything. See, that works.
Right, so we now have confirmed a complete full set of RAM that works.
Right, that's good to know that. At least you know the RAM is good. You have 7 chips bad to start with.
Well, the RAM is fully tested.
Well, there's only one other thing it can be then, isn't there?
Yeah. And that's still telling us that it's one flash, which is U12. Which, Mr. U12, I think you're lying to me.
Yeah.
Just check on
I wonder if it's fried and stuck in one logic state. Yeah. Which doesn't initialize the RAM, and then it, of course, memory fault because no RAM. Yeah.
Quite possible.
Because it needs at least 2 chips, doesn't it, to power up.
So I think what I'm going to do now is
900 was what you was getting, even though it had 40 chips.
I'm going to pull U15 and I'm going to pull U25 out, which are 2 MOS chips. I'm pretty sure I've got a couple of spares of them. Just double check.
How are they like to touch? Are they hot?
No.
You say, my first suspect would be if they were abnormally hot, you know. That's crazy.
So I just can't quite remember what them chips are, but they are a MOS 7708. So what's the equivalent? Bin that out.
Is that a newer one there? Is that a custom build, that one?
There's a 60s clone one, this one.
Yeah, lovely.
I'm just looking to see.
Very clean and tidy, that one.
It's a brand new board, to be fair.
Yeah,
so
I like them when they're like that.
74 LS 275. No, 257s. Both 257s. Oops.
See them two regulators there on that edge on your new board? That's where I've had problems previously with one of these. Yeah.
What did I say there? What? 257.
Yeah, Moss.
257, 257, 25, and the 257s.
So is this the one you can put the SID to as well? Is this the one you can put the modified chip into? It looks like a small chip, but you can program it yourself, and then it replaces the operating system with it.
I think you're thinking of the video chip, which were a 8701.
Yeah, and they reprogram it or something, and then put it in, and it does exactly the same job as the old part, don't they?
Are you thinking of a PLA?
Is it PLA? Yeah.
So what have we got here?
I'm not too sure. It's a C64, you think. So.
O2s.
I'm learning at the moment from watching, so it's really interesting. You know, on your piece of card there on the end, are they Motorola chips right on the end there?
Here?
Yes. The ones with gold.
Ceramic Commodore chips.
Yeah, yeah. Lovely. Yeah, they're lovely, they are. You don't get them like that anymore.
No, well, I'm waiting to be, when you can get all the ROM chips in ceramics. And early ones, really early ones, you can get the CIAs, and you can get everything in ceramics, even the RAM and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm trying to get hold of a full set.
Yeah,
and
in ceramic.
KU board, then the original K silver label KU board with full complete ceramics.
Oh, lovely.
Is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that'd be a nice system. If it were some pennies. Yeah.
Well, we're still rolling? Well, 3 hours. 3.5 hours. Coffee time.
Yeah, 3 hours. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Captain Commodore's right. You were talking about the common mode with choke. Common mode choke is the 8701 clock chip.
Yeah, that was the common board. Yeah, but like I say, I'd had problems with the older one with them regulators in the right hand side on the heat sinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
But once I swapped regulators over, the thing plugged it in and turned it on, and the thing powered straight up. Yeah.
Can do. So
I don't know what.
All these tools away. Let's pull them back forward and start all over again and pull these other two chips out and see what difference they make. I haven't got any more 8 pins, but I have got, well, not 8 pins, but 16 pins, but I have got 18 pins. So what I'm going to have to do is push up a couple of pins out and not bother with them.
Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, you got to make do with what you got, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. You can get
the I found it very difficult over lockdown to get anything. Component wise.
I had quite a bit of good stock at the time, so that wasn't too bad for me. I were okay.
Oh no, I was trying to order stuff from all over the internet, and where was it I was going to? Oh, the German company, I can't remember the name now, but I was trying to order components off them, and there was like 6-month wait on a set of resistors. Something daft. 6-month backlog.
Just mental, isn't it?
So I put in a whole BOM list for an A1200, and I probably ended up with about 6 components. Everything else was on back order. Yeah. I can't remember where I went to.
I don't want to pull these chips out now with this shit solder that I've got.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to use straight foot desolder station.
I mean, it's nice and clean what you've done so far. I mean, if you look at the board the way you've got it now, you can't see too much of the work you've done. You know what I mean? It doesn't stand out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bit grainy is the picture of what's being streamed, but obviously I can see myself. Stuff a good clean off, and you probably won't be able to see so much. Apart from that.
I mean, you say quality is bad. I'm looking my end, and quality looks good actually.
Yes.
I'm on the big screen now, and I can see the board, and it's nice and clear. Yeah.
Right, what have I got displaying on the camera? Have we just got this board on there? That's good. That means I can have a fag without anybody saying, oops, did I tell something? Did I say something?
Yeah, I'm on the vape, I am.
You're on what?
I'm on a vape.
All right.
I've got to go get some cigarettes, but can't be bothered.
I know what you mean.
It's walking there and walking back.
Yeah, overrated pastime, innit?
It's not that. It's when you're not very well and you got to walk all the way down to the shops where I live. It takes it out of you.
Yeah, of course it does.
We get there, sit down for 5 minutes to get me energy.
I've just been suffering bad with sciatica for the last 6 months, and I couldn't even walk to the shop 100 meters away without it crippling me. So I kind of know.
Yeah. If you sit down, then it makes it 10 times worse because you're still, and then you got to get up and move, and then when you move, it hurts even more. And I know how that feels.
Strangest thing for myself is when I sat down in seated position, I was comfy.
Yeah, I was different with that. Like I had slipped down a flight of stairs, and I went down the stairs on my bum on every step, and I trapped 2 nerves in my back, which give me sciatica down one side.
Yeah.
And if I sat down in a chair and I was in the seat position, it's the worst position I could be in.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And it is a horrible thing to have his sciatica. You can't sleep properly. You can't get comfortable properly.
No, that was my problem. I just couldn't get comfortable.
No pun intended, but it's a pain in the ass.
I went to see this guy at physiotherapy at the hospital, and he got me to lay down on this bench and take my shirt off. And then he put his hands on me and he started touching me. I thought he was touching me up. And then it actually fell down. The guy who was doing my back was actually blind. And he said, I can feel what you've done here, Mike. And I said, what do you mean? And he says, I can feel it with my hands. He says, I'm going to do something in a minute. And he says, your pain's going to go away completely. I said, what are you going to do? And with that, he pulled my head backwards and pushed down in the middle of my back. And it went with a click and a pop. And I tell you what, I walked out of that office like I'd never hurt my back, ever.
Amazing.
But when I went in there crawling. It was really good.
if he makes you feel like that, he can touch you anytime.
A blind man of all people, you know what I mean? And he was so good. He fixed my back up.
It will be because he's all about touch, isn't he? He's all about feel. When you're blind, your other senses enhanced, don't they?
Well, he felt what I'd done. I'd slipped a disc between my coccyx and the vertebrae just above your coccyx, and the disc had come out the side.
Yeah.
So what he did, he manipulated that disc back in. But the way he twisted me when I was on the bench, he brought one arm up behind my back, put one arm down in front of me, lifted one of my legs up to the back of my bum, put his hand on my head, pulled backwards, and then he pushed in the middle of my back. And that was it. It went with a kick and a pop. And he said, "Hey, stand up." I said, "Nah." And he said, "Go on, stand up." And I was trying to stand up, and I thought it was going to hurt. I stood there and I looked at him and I shook his hand.
I'll bet you did.
It was just how quick he got me out of pain. I just couldn't believe it. I managed to.
If he'd have cured me with that kind of pain, I'd have shook something else for him.
Good man, good man. Yeah. He what he didn't know about the back probably wasn't worth knowing.
Yeah.
It was the way he folded me up on this little bench when he lifted my leg up. And then afterwards I said, "Why did you lift my leg and why did you drop my arm?" Things like that. He said, "I needed to get you back into such a position that when I pulled back on your head, it all had to spring back into place when I let go."
It's a bit like when you crack your fingers and stuff like that, isn't it? It's a similar kind of thing, isn't it, you know?
What he'd done a realignment of the coccyx and L1 and L2 in my back. Yeah. And he realigned them. And I couldn't believe what he'd done. You know, I said I was told I would have needed to have my vertebrae used to have, you know, to get rid of the problem.
Well, they don't believe. Doctors don't believe in this alternate medicine, do they?
No, but this chiropractor, whoever he was, he knew what he was doing, and he said, "You don't need a fusion."
Oh,
I said, "What do you mean?"
Doing stuff like that can make
If he fused your back, he said you'd have never walked properly again. And that's when I realized he was telling me I didn't need. A&E with the problem because I walked in there like I'd messed myself. I couldn't walk properly. Yeah.
Walked out like you'd lost your virginity.
I could have ran out of that door, but he told me no running until 3 days later.
No. This sciatica of mine at the moment is sort of disappeared at the minute, so it's not giving me any cause for any problem. But I'm just going to give it another few weeks to stay like that before I start doing it strenuous, if you know what I mean. Yeah,
they give me drugs when did my back. They give me diazepam for the nerves, and they give me ibuprofen for the swelling, and then they give me cocodamol 3500 for the pain. Oh, me choked up the eyeballs. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. So he said, "You don't need any of that." That's what he said to me. He says, "You don't need any of that to get you. Stop taking it."
Well, all it does is mask it.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me. It masks it, it covers it up. But he says, "I expect a doctor to do something like that."
Well, they do, because they want to sell you drugs, don't they?
Well, if I carried on 3,500 cocodamol, I'd have been addicted. Because I was taking 2 in the morning, 2 at dinner, and 2 at tea. And they're not little tablets. They're the 3,500s, which only the doctor gives you.
Yeah.
Which means if you're in them for longer than like 2 weeks, your body becomes addicted to them.
Certainly does. So I don't know where my little podgy screwdriver's gone, but I think these are going to just pop out really easy, to be fair. So I'm just going to go under and just lift slightly there.
Yeah.
Slightly there. And we'll pop that out without breaking anything and tearing any traces. So that's one out.
Oh, it moves well, that one. No, that came out easy.
This one feels a little bit tighter, which it is. I don't want to start lifting because if it's got solder on the leg down to the trace and I lift it, it's just going to rip the trace. So I'm not doing that. So I'm going to have to dig
trace off tracking.
Have the hot air back out again for that one out, but the shame it didn't fall out like that one. It felt like it was when I was desoldering it. It felt like it gone really loose. So I mean, it might come really easy.
I've got this spring thing in on my table, and it's like a piece of spring steel, and you slide it underneath the chip. It's like got a curve under it. You squash it flat to the board and slide it under the chip. Then when you start sucking solder out the holes, it's applying a gentle bit of pressure on the top to lift the chip.
Yeah, well, that's what I'll do with my pick, but my pick has sort of decided to pick off.
Disappeared.
Yeah, I'll find it in a bit.
I like your heat gun.
It was just cheap Chinese, or it were about 30 quid.
Was it? I got an SMD rework station, and it come with a halogen one. Yeah, it's decent size as well, isn't it?
There we go. Your lows.
Wow. Oh, is it battery? Battery operated. Lovely.
No, it's power corded.
No, on the lead. I thought it was battery operated. I was going to say, if that was battery operated, wicked at 400 degrees.
Yeah, it'd have been nice.
Yeah.
I'll pull these out and I'll try them in the EEPROM and see whether they match up okay. And if they are, then they can go back.
Oh yeah, test them into. Well, the joy is you've got a socketed board, which is your, you've been doing this a long while. That's why you got a socketed one, isn't it?
Well, yeah, the ZIF board, yeah, it's a no-brainer really. It's a ZIF board, especially if you're doing multiple repairs with these C64 boards.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can get logic testers, but there are that many out there, and they don't do every logic or every single chip. The tried and tested method is remove it and try it in a good system.
Exactly, which is what I do. I'll just bang it. This will go straight into the EEPROM burner, and it'll test the logic.
Oh, the EEPROM burner can do it as well, then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, so that's quite handy, that.
Come on,
I was looking at getting a tester.
There we go, she's out.
So what chip writer do you use? Do you use the TL88 series, or?
Let me get shut of this out of the way and I'll bring it up on screen and we'll test it for you. Test these chips and see whether these are actually knackered or not.
I've been looking at a TL886 programmer, but I didn't know whether it was worth the 80 quid they were asking for it.
They're all right. They're really, really good machines. It's what I use. But you've got to be very, very careful because if you get a fake, they will work.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. But if you go and try and update it, it'll brick.
Yeah. I've had issues like that. But cloned software, I can update them. That's easy to do. I can update clones. That's relatively easy to do. But you need a crack.
Yeah. You know when you do something and you think it's going to go really easy.
chip. I tell you what, the companies that supply them, that supply the clones, they do updates as well. And if you have one that requires an update and it's not working right, message the company that you brought it off.
Yeah.
And they'll have a crack update file. Because a lot of these China companies use a clone software. Yeah, and it's the same on everything. And this is why if you update it, it bricks it, because usually the one they're using has been blocked by the manufacturer.
Yep.
Yeah. I had the same problem with tuning equipment for cars. I do a lot of digital tuning with a laptop, and you can get a lot of clone material off eBay. Right, so that's a 373.
So we get a shot of that, and we want 257.
Right. Mini Pro. Oh, so you use Mini Pro, right? Yeah.
Try. Why not do it? 74 LS 257.
You got a PLCC or an SOIC, but they're two different style of chips, aren't they?
So what we're winning in is 7708, which should be the 257. So we'll test that, and that come back good.
That's actually handy to have that chip writer software. That.
So we'll check that one next one as well. Oh look! Let's just move it in the tester. Test again.
Test error, test error, test error.
I'll move it. The bottom test 4 passed.
Give it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's looking pretty much too bad. So
which line? The left, the upper or the lower?
To be fair, I can't remember.
I bet you it's the upper one next to U12. Yeah.
So this is a 257.
Yeah.
So that's look good.
HC series. I just noticed that.
We'll check the other.
I know it's an LS.
Check the other 257, which is a brand new chip, so it should be okay, just in case. Yeah, that's fine and dandy. So we have one dead one, and we have one alive one, but
right, so they're both working.
So we'll keep them
so
there.
Two good ones. One good one, one bad one.
Other bad chip out of the way. The 257s. I can't really see. 257s. We'll put one away because we don't need that, and we can put the old Moss one back in. Get rid of that.
I quite like that software, Mini Pro. So that comes with your chip wire.
It's really, really good. They're absolutely awesome. The only thing that you need for Amiga chips is you need the adapter plate.
Yeah, for doing Amiga ROMs. Yeah, the Kickstart ROMs. I can do Kickstart ROMs. That's not a problem. I've got an Amiga chip writer, and you remove the ROM. You plug it into the ROM socket on the Amiga, and then you plug your ROM chip and your blank one next to it, and then you can use the Amiga software to upload another ROM. But if you want to erase the ROM, you've got to take it out and erase it on the chip writer.
Yeah.
So
in effect, really, you may as well just do it on the chip burner, don't you? On the TL.
Yeah.
Basic. So at least we know.
Are they the 7400s or the 7600s? I can't remember what sort they were. Is it 74?
So
yes, 7800. That one. Oh,
make sure
okay.
the chip clear. Don't know where my just sticky thing gone. You know.
I tell you, the older chips were even worse because you needed an ultraviolet to clear them ones.
Yeah.
And even then, it didn't work.
Yeah. So that one should go straight in. No messing.
fingers crossed this has cured it.
I think she goes. And we'll flip it over. Some more of that zifflexing. Let's get shut of that screen again, because we don't need that anymore. Been there, bit of that, shut of that. Remove that from out there. Back up.
I like that as well. It gives you a checksum for that logic. Look at the top. Yeah. And that's handy if you want to make an emulation chip to emulate that logic.
Yeah, because you can put it straight into there and it'll test it for you, won't it?
Yeah, you can make sure it's working, yeah.
So where's my...
As long as that checksum when you're using it and it's performing the way it should do, you can put it in the system. But this is what I was saying to you earlier. People write chips and then come to me and say, look, I've written it and it's done this, but it still won't work.
That's because you're not...
No, it's checksums, yeah.
Yep.
It's I learned all about that when it was tuning cars, because you could tune, say, a Toyota Supra, and then you could do another one exactly the same model, and use the same tuning file, but it will not go on the second vehicle you're tuning.
No.
Because the checksums of that ECU and the one from the other one don't match.
That's right. Yeah.
No two are the same. Yeah. And you never get two the same in car computers.
Yeah, it was the same with the Xbox 360s when you were flashing the hard drive, the DVD-ROM drives. The checksum had to be correct. You're putting hack firmware on it used to patch it with the correct hex values. So you could I think I put that program on my system somewhere for redoing Xbox. Yeah. But the Xbox One, I can JTAG them. And people say you shouldn't be able to do that with an Xbox One, but I found a reliable method of JTAGing an Xbox One. Yeah. I didn't know you could JTAG the Xbox Ones.
Yes, you can. Yes, you need to solder in a little expansion board first, and then you plug your USB cable into that little expansion board, and then that gives you the access to reflash the ROM with an RGH or a JTAG version of the software. But I will say, if you do that and then connect it to the internet, it will block the Xbox.
Of course.
They were on that one. Once they realised that there was a successful hack around the Xbox One, they started blocking consoles.
They did the same. They did the same with the 360s. I mean, originally with the original Xenon non-HDMIs, you could. I'll just let me get shut of that screen for a minute while we're on. With the original HDMI Xboxes, non-HDMI ones, the Xenon boards, you could put a couple of jump wires straight in with a couple of diodes, and then just straight off the JTAG port and dump it and do it. But you could only do that up to 7173 dashboard. After that, they blew the fuses, so you couldn't do that.
Same with the Xbox One.
The RGH you could do on them right up through. But there is a new RGH3 now for the 360s where you don't need a glitch chip. It's just wires.
Oh.
So I've been looking at I've got a Star Wars Slim limited edition 360 and I've got two of them. So I was thinking of doing an RGH3 on that for a change.
That'd be worth looking at. I've not checked out RGH3, but Xbox One, RGH JTAG 1, which is the file I was using, it turns off the network port as well once it's flashed. And this is why I started banning consoles, was because you could wait for it to boot, wait for it to pass the Microsoft authentication, then turn the network card back on.
Yeah.
And then you could run Xbox Live and things like that, and download games for free.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
What I used to do is I used to do the demon chips as well, so it would dual boot.
Yeah, so you could run
all the demos for the arcade games and stuff like that, and then come off it, flick across to the demons, and just unlock them and use them.
Yeah, I think the thing that you solder into the Xbox One is called a PLIP, PLIP. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you solder it to several pins, and then you program the PLIP with your RGH or JTAG firmware. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's interesting stuff. At the end of the day, I mean, like I said to you before, I used to look after game shops and stuff like that, and doing all the Xbox repairs and stuff like that. But I've not been anywhere near them for a hell of a long time. So,
after you've flashed it, if you remove the PLIP after you've flashed it, it goes back to what it was at 3. Yeah. So you could put a little switch on the PLIP to turn it on and off. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit like, I mean, I don't think I bothered with it because you could go into dev mode with them, couldn't you?
Yeah.
With the ones, and you could pretty much use homebrew and stuff like that on the dev ones then.
Yeah, what was I running? It was just standard RGH on mine, so it booted up like the Xbox 360, but everything it was installing was, you'd have to download it on the internet, and you'd have to install it as an ISO to the hard drive, and then you'd have to use the RGH software to mount it and run it. Yeah, so you needed an external drive with a big enough space on it to put your games on it. But when I stopped doing them, there was somebody working on an RGH workaround for the games drive. So you could have your normal Xbox drive in the system, and then you could use a generic USB-free portable drive to store all your game photos. Yeah. But when you started using that, if you were connected to the internet, it'd block it. It'd block you straight away.
Yeah, it did do with 360s and stuff like that. I mean, I got a custom dash for it, or an early download dash, and I tried to put it on console and booted it up. And stupidly, I still had the network cable in, so I pulled it straight away. And I thought, I'll leave it. I'll just leave it until the new dash comes out properly, and put that manually. See whether it was banned instantly.
Yeah, blocked. Yeah. It connects to a Microsoft server called the XDLNA server. Yeah, and if your IP corresponds to an RGH edition, it will just block it. Yeah. Yeah,
it will do. Like I said, that's the only time I've ever had a console blocked is because of that.
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times, but if you're quick enough, you can pull the power cord. Yeah, but sometimes if you're not quick enough, it just ends up dead, and that's it. But I've noticed when the RGH one now, the Xbox Ones, when it gets blocked RGH, it changes the firmware lock code, so the firmware is locked down.
Yeah, well, I mean, once you've been banned on that console anyway, I mean, it corrupts everything else. You try and put a normal profile on it. Transfer it across, and it's corrupt when you move it back. You can unlock, I know. If you change all the serials and stuff like that, you can. You can't remember what they call the files now, like SMR or whatever it was. But you could download
these new RGH and JTAG methods, and then when you actually come down to it and you go to Microsoft, they've already come up with a way of blocking it before you've done it. It's almost as if they put it there deliberately for people to tinker with, but you get caught using it, we're going to block it.
Yeah, they're not daft. Not daft. I mean, I mean, people don't fall on these things to how things are done. I do believe that they've been told about them.
I've read a kind of guides.
If you remember the original Xbox when that first came out, what did they say?
Yeah.
Xbox, the unhackable Xbox, and it was done within a few hours. And I believe that they did that on purpose because Microsoft wasn't in the gaming industry with consoles at the time, and they wanted to see what people wanted. So automatically, when you did that, people got rid of the remote control that you needed to play the DVDs. You could watch anything you wanted on it. You could put homebrew on it, you know. And then when the 360 came out, Microsoft used all that because they added the arcade to it, away with the remote control, and I think they did it on purpose to try and find out what the actual consumers were wanting from a console.
There's one system that you can do it on, and it doesn't get blocked. And do you know which one that one is?
Go on.
That's the Xbox SDK.
Yeah. Going to do a service development because they don't know.
Realize, the software development kit. It doesn't get blocked when you start RGHing and JTagging now. Because you brought a system that's in the development stage.
Oh yeah.
They want to see what you're doing with it and collect all your information and add it to their database of information.
Of course. It's a learning curve for themselves. Do you know where the original Xbox came from?
Military software.
Nope.
No?
It was going to be the Dreamcast 2.
Was it?
Yeah.
Right.
And
so it's all safe.
They wasn't going to make any more consoles, and they've had enough of consoles, and they decided to pull out of the console market, and they gave it to Microsoft on the proviso that they could make games for their platform. Right.
So, again, Microsoft being Microsoft absorbed something else and patented it as theirs.
How many consoles do you know that has 4 controller ports on the front?
Well, Dreamcast.
Dreamcast?
Dreamcast.
GameCube?
Wii, GameCube,
So, all Japanese stuff?
PS2.
Uh-huh.
No, you need an adapter, but you've still got 2 sockets in front.
Yeah. So that's where it actually came from. The original Xbox was going to be basically like the Dreamcast 2, but they decided to pull away from that.
It was intended to be a 32-bit gaming system then. Yeah.
I mean, and Sony, when the PlayStation came out, was working with Nintendo to make the Sony PlayStation. They had an argument with them because they wanted the PlayStation to be 64-bit, and Sony said no. So they had an argument, and they pulled out of it, and then they decided to make their own and brought out the 64-bit, which was the N64.
Yeah, but yet again, if you look at the N64, 4 sockets on the front, a cartridge in the top, a memory expansion in the front. And then on the bottom, there was a nice expansion slot for the N64 CD32 expansion, which was a 32-bit CD drive.
I've been on here for 45 hours.
It was like an N64 tower when you put it all together.
No.
I've only ever seen a couple.
You can if you want, but stick it to one side. So. Sorry, go on.
Oh, nothing. I was just letting you sort the kids out or whatever.
Kids? Kids? There don't kids in my house anymore, mate.
No. Oh. All grown up and left.
It's a bit like a cat with fleas. It's been defleed. No, I love my kids to bits, but they're not
that age yet. They don't live with me. They live with their mum, but they're not that age yet.
Well, mine are all grown up. The 32 and 30 are my 2 girls.
All right, but my eldest is. Hang on now. My eldest is 8 this year, and my youngest is 6 this year.
Still a good time to be battling with them then.
My first eldest, I can say her name, Alicia. She's coming up to 17. Yeah. And then my eldest daughter, Elizabeth, she's 18.
Nightclubs and boys.
Yeah. Well, my little boy, Simon, he's a good lad. He's a good little boy. Yeah. He's the only one out of all. He gets special treatment.
That's all. That's all.
I don't see him as often as I'd like, but yeah, they're doing well. You know, they're growing up.
That's the main thing. So long as they're happy, so long as they're getting on all right.
Well, you know what relationships are like when they go wrong, right? They just go wrong, don't they? You know.
Yep.
But I tried not to let the kids think it was their fault.
Nope.
You know.
It's like any ship. Isn't it? What do ships do?
Sink. Yeah, they sink. No, it just got toxic. You know. Does. And we nearly lost my partner during the birth of my youngest daughter.
Yeah.
And after that, we just sort of fell apart, mate. It just went wrong.
Strange how something like that just sort of impact everything, isn't it? You know.
Oh, it destroyed us. Yeah, we were told not to watch the baby suffering the after effects because the baby would suffer the trauma for weeks and weeks and weeks afterwards. And me and my partner, we did the silly thing. We sat there and watched.
Yeah.
What can you do? You know, and it affected us. Yeah.
You don't realise how much things like that do you?
No. When we got back home from the hospital and we sat there, we still couldn't come to terms with what had happened at the hospital.
Oh.
During the birth of my daughter, the midwife who was dealing with us, she had already been on 18 hours. And she said, "I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay on another 5 hours so I can be here for when your daughter comes." And we were like, okay. And then she said, "I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to get some flush for her cannula." And when she came back, she got this little bottle of stuff and she cracked the top off it and drew a syringe full and started to pump it through my partner's cannula. And with that, my partner's arm went purple. And her eyes rolled. Yeah. And then it turned out she'd infected, cleaned the cannula out with Pronto San.
Yeah.
So, antimicrobial solution. And I couldn't believe it.
Present. We got it right. Let's bring that screen back up. Let's have our gander.
Is it going to work?
So, we've now binned that out, which was, I think I've chucked it.
Come on.
Well, that is. So, moment of truth. Does it work? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No dead test.
Nothing. Oh, hang on. Ta-da!
She's alive!
There you go, glue logic. I think I was the one who said glue logic.
It was along with 7 dead RAM chips.
Yeah, 7 dead RAM chips before I bet you the logic killed the RAM chips. Getting stuck in one.
Personally, I think it's the power supply that's fried the lot.
Yeah, sticky power supply, we all know that.
Power supply.
64K,
So then, let's knock that off a second. Pop that on there.
Is it meant to be blurry like it is?
Well, to be fair, it's probably bad capture as well. And it is just going through composite, to be fair.
Right. I didn't know whether that was your system or just the stream.
It could be as well. I mean, StreamYard only puts out 720p as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be the stream.
So it'll be a mixture of composite and the stream.
Is that a Jammo card you're putting in there?
It's a Verso ZIF card. So it's got quite a lot of things on there, but I just use it for diagnostics. It has got dead test on it, but never move the jumpers for the EEPROM, so I just leave it as it is. I've got dead test anyway, so it's not an issue. So, so long as these ports are correct and they're not dirty or anything, let's see whether it passes on the old dead test. No, diagnostic test.
Well, yeah. Around. Let's have a look. Oh wow, that was quick.
So you can see on the bottom right hand corner, you've got them two clock numbers. They're your CIA clocks to let you know whether your timing CIAs.
Yeah. Well, that's the same on an Amiga then, the CIA timing.
Yeah, I mean you can actually use the Amiga's CIAs in the Commodore 64, but the clocks will be wrong. Doesn't make a difference to it. It'll still work, but the diag will show you that clocks are wrong. No, so we're not going to get a SID test anyway. I just wanted to make sure that everything passes on there. Oh.
What's that? Control port bad, serial port bad, user port bad.
Yeah, U1 and U2, which are CIAs, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think it's more like it's a bad connection on the user port. So if I just wiggle that around a little bit.
Wiggle or a blow or a lick.
Shift it, wiggle it, and put it back on again, and try again. And we'll see what that comes up with.
Who designs this diagnostic kit?
This is don't know. I'll have to have a look on it. Can't remember. It's an old one I've had for quite a long time, to be fair.
I know John Hurtle revised diagram for the Amigas. You know, he was quite good at doing ROMs and different things. I think I had him make me a custom for a 1200 at one point. He did me 2 chips, and I think they had 4 different ROMs. Now,
can you see how U2's no longer bad?
Yeah.
That's just a bad user port. That is just a bad user port.
Yeah.
See if I can clean that up and give a good run test.
Wow. Be careful though. Put some Captain tape across it and give it a good rub.
Yeah, I just a bit of 1200 paper will do.
Oh really? You use 1200 grit, yeah?
Just gentle, yeah. I mean, you can use Brasso so long as you clean it all off properly, which is what I generally do. But it takes a bit of cleaning with Brasso, and you've got to get it off, otherwise it's rotten, corroded to hell.
I come across one and someone had soldered all of them pins with solder. So then when you put the cartridge on, or a cartridge on and put something in the socket, they weren't making contact.
Yeah. It's okay doing it. It depends on how badly they are corroded. You can do that. But you've got to basically put it on and off. You know, you use a bit of your old solder wick and just run it across and wipe it away. So there's not hardly anything there. It's just a coating.
Yeah, nice and smooth. There you go. Come back up again. Checking the spring ring. Testing your RAM. Oh, it's past 1. That's 2. Testing the colour RAM. This is what I was on about with the Commodore. That's one thing they boasted, the colour RAM. Yeah. Instead of U1 and U16 or 18.
Yeah, it's not. It's lying. It could be just a date. It might not be the board. It could be my diagnostic because it's old and part could be dirty on it. But
And again,
CIA one, what they were faulty, wasn't it? Which is normally the keyboard.
Is it? Oh yeah, you've not got a keyboard in, have you? It's not got in there, is it?
Blank off on it at the moment.
All right. What's the 4164 then?
4164 is the RAM.
Right, that's the RAM. Right.
What type of RAM it is?
Yeah. I'm just looking at the test output on the screen.
So it's still telling us that that's bad, which I really don't believe it. I think it's bullshit personally.
Try one of your Ghostbusters. Put the Ghostbuster to it. Then again, I've had that on the A500 with it telling me a CIA's faulty, and all I did was swap the CIA chips round.
Yep.
And it was fine.
It can be just simple, can't it? It can be as simple as a bad connection on one leg, if you know what I mean.
I think it was just the chips had been in it since the 1980s, and they just got used to running in what sockets they were in. Yeah. But if you swapped them round, it wouldn't boot for nothing. But then when you put them back the right way, it was fine. Serial port. Listen to that old sound card. Chucking its heart out.
Well, I'm going to call that as fixed. So I'm going to dump off on the test on.
If you look at the time, it's telling you U1's bad, but then when you look at CIA timing, it's okay.
Yeah, all it is either a mucky connection on my cartridge ports.
I think it's just giving you a bad thing for the sake of it. It's not bad. It's just, yeah. Because if it was a bad CIA, it wouldn't have passed the timing check.
It can do, because the timing of it between each other, it can be off, but it will still work.
Oh, right, really? I didn't know that. There you go, learned something new there.
Well, it's like I said to you before, you can use the Amiga CIAs in there and the timings will be off, but they'll work perfectly.
Yeah.
You know, so there's your issue. So if Captain Commodore's still here, let me get a shot of this crappy thing and bring it forward. There we go. Captain Commodore sent me a Kung Fu Flash. So try a Kung Fu Flash in here and see what it does.
Okay.
And then
Kung Fu Flash. Ooh.
Kung Fu Flash.
There you go. Hold position. Oh, yeah. Oh, crash. Hold position. There you go. Into the boot menu.
Bit of Ghostbusters.
Yeah, look at that. No problem with that. Definitely nothing wrong with that.
Ghostbusters! Ghostbusters! Ghostbusters!
From that 264. Yeah.
Oh, let's reset. Tools.
If you got to do that resource intensive.
Adrian's digital basement tool set.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean now. CRT file, yeah.
Looking to see if there's a keyboard tester out there. I don't suppose we need to have Kung Fu Flash in to test the bloody keyboard doing at the end of the day. It passed on joystick ports, so the CIAs are working on the joystick ports. That's not a problem at all. We'll bring this
the
back
serial port.
and I shall
Serial
go through.
ports.
Play home. See that flashing? Yeah. CTRL. Change color. Yeah. Q.
Yeah.
Restore.
Oh, what?
Shift lock. Yep, shift lock works. Commodore key. Yep, Commodore key works. Shift and run stop for loading. Yep, that works. That works. Return.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that now, is there?
Cursor's up, cursor down, cursor left, cursor right. We can't do anything with the F1 keys, but if you watch the cursor flashing and I tap it, you can see it pulsing. So you know that F1 key is actually working.
Does it work on basic?
What do you mean?
So if you put 10 print high,
Oh yeah,
and then,
it should do
then
perfectly. 10 print. Hello.
Yeah,
Well,
that's it.
And 20. Go to 10.
Yeah, that's it.
What do you mean?
Oh, you missed the space.
Ah, it's got that silly thing in it, look.
Error in 10. Oh, you got an N in there, look. There you go, that's it. The good old basic. Yeah, that works. Thank you.
So that's it. 4.5 hours later, 7 RAM chips and a couple of 74 LS 257s. One of them were bad, the other one was okay. And we've got this board back up and running. Yo!
Nice. Well done.
That took a bit of doing, did that?
Yeah, but it was that thing at the end when I saw them lines on the screen. That's what made me think the glue logic. Yeah, that's why I said to you, check the glue logic, because I've seen them lines before. But last time I saw them, it was the lower one. And when it's the lower one, the lines go left to right. And when it's the upper one, the lines go up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even remember which one it came from, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling, like you said, it was the top one, but
yeah. I've seen that behave before with the glue logics, though. But only when somebody had been fiddling with something they shouldn't have been fiddling with, though.
Yeah.
Like if you've had a young kid, have it open and start touching stuff while it's running. Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, a lot of people don't understand that. While that thing's running and it's not in a case, it's actually quite sensitive while it's running.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you start jumping legs and stuff like that, you kill it. You know. Yeah, but I reckon that the power supply did it, I think. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure on that one. I mean, he did tell me that he did buy a new modern power supply, and he sent me a message back earlier on. We were playing Whizball, and all that SID music. He says that SID music is absolutely awesome. So I'm really glad that he's got a back up and running again. I mean, as you can see now, I mean, normally I'll do like 40 quid and a board swap for a repair.
Yeah.
Change board. Because I enjoy playing with these and I enjoy doing these repairs on these. I mean, yeah, okay, we're here, we're 4.5 hours, but you know, I enjoy doing it.
Somebody has enjoyment from it anyway.
Of course.
Enough enjoyment.
I've got my enjoyment out of repairing it, and now it's going to disappear and go to somebody else, and they can enjoy it as a proper working Commodore 64.
Well, for as long as it lives for now. Yeah. And if they look after it, obviously it won't have any problems if they look after it.
No, they won't. No, not at all. So
smart.
before we wrap things up is I'll just present this back up again. Bear with me. Share a screen. There we go. Watching. Share that screen. Bump. If you are around on the 31st, I am doing a Halloween live gameplay on the Xbox One with the original Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare for Halloween. I have played it back in the day. It was a long time ago since I've played it.
Yeah.
Can't remember the control. Can't remember much about it, so it's going to be some good fun on that one. So we're going to have a bit of a play on that.
Expansion.
And then that's the 31st. So it was absolutely awesome. I do believe now that they've just released it a couple of weeks ago on the PS4 now. I don't think the Undead Nightmare was actually released on the PS4. I think it was only Xbox.
Xbox only, I think.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not anymore. Right, I'm going to leave you there then. Yeah, and thanks for having me on.
Stream and having a bit of a chinwag. It's been lovely to have you on, and it's been absolutely fantastic for all the viewers that's been watching. I hope you've all enjoyed it, and if you have, do all the good stuff. Hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell, yada yada yada. You know what to do. And so enjoy yourself, guys, and we shall see you on the next video, which we'll do next Saturday. There might not do a video next Saturday because we've got the YouTube Retro Repairers live stream that's on next Sunday. So there'll be 4 of us on there for a bit of a chinwag. We normally do this at the end of every month. We get to a bit of a get together, bounce things off each other, find out what each other's doing and going up to. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it, and stay tuned. And we'll see you on the 31st as well, Tuesday the 31st for the Undead Nightmare. So thanks, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. We shall see you on the next one. Bye.